Helen, I think we're still waiting for a few trustees.
Yes, there's just a couple more that should be joining.
Okay.
I believe most of the trustees have joined. Trustee Gardner.
All righty. Thank you, Helen. I'd like to call them September 27th Board of Trustees meeting to order. And this is hopefully our last meeting by Zoom, but who knows? The pandemic has more control over it than we do at the moment. But because it's by Zoom, I need to read a couple of statements, kind of some housekeeping items here. With the elevated COVID cases in the state, this board meeting is being held virtually in accordance to Board Policy 215, remote public meetings. The trustees participating by technology will be counted as towards a quorum, and to confirm trustee attendance and to ensure that the trustees are able to clearly hear each other and understand the proceedings, the clerk will take a roll call vote of the members of the Board of Trustees. So Helen, I'm going to turn it to you to do that. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee King. Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly. Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
We have a quorum. We can proceed.
Thank you. One other kind of housekeeping item, just a statement here. The Board of Trustees meeting is being live streamed on YouTube and with closed caption available. So to assist our captionists, please remember to mute your mic when you're not speaking. And if you are speaking, try to speak into the mic so things are here clearly audible. Thank you. Under the citizens' comment today, we do have some citizens who have signed up to give a 3-minute talk on many subjects here. Well, one subject, but many people on one subject. And we'll start that in a minute. I just want to remind those that are on the citizens' comment roster to speak. I will call your name out and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. I hope I don't have to, but if it goes longer than 3 minutes, I will step in and ask you to wrap up as quickly as you can. We do have 11 speakers here, and I'll call them in the order in which they came in, the order I have them in front of me. If you don't answer or come on, I'll come back before we close out the citizens' comment and ask one more time if you're there and want to make a comment. So we'll start that session now with the first person being Leo Rubin on fossil fuel divestment.
Hello. As he just said, I am Leo. I am a first-year chemical engineering student, and I'm speaking to you about the university divesting from companies with significant fossil fuel use. I understand that you might not expect a student like me to be speaking to you about divesting. I'm not in a major that someone would expect or think of when you think of an environmentalist. This just goes to show how important all students from any major feel it is for the school to divest. Your money in fossil fuels is having a direct impact on our world. Currently, $11 million of the university are invested into companies that are emitting excessive amounts of carbon dioxide. Were these $11 million invested elsewhere, these companies would have less resources to further pollute the planet. Fewer resources could prompt larger companies to become more sustainable, leading to a brighter and healthier future for everyone. Please make a sustainable choice and divest from fossil fuels. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Leo. The next person speaking on fossil fuel divestment will be Belu Cates. Belu, are you there? We'll move to the next person. I'll come back to that individual before we leave. I have the next person listed as Zoe Pavlik, and it'll be on the topic of fossil fuel divestment. Zoe, are you there?
Yeah. Hi, I'm a sophomore at UMaine Orono, and I've come to talk about fossil fuel divestment. When I was thinking about what to write for my comment, I started to consider all the ways in which the climate crisis has already shaped not only the world, but also the trajectory of my own life. I started to think about all the small choices I make every day, from what I eat in the dining hall to the classes I take to how I get from place to place. And I realized that there's almost no aspect of my life that hasn't already been shaped by the awareness of climate change. If I wasn't living under the threat of environmental crisis, my major would be different. My diet, lifestyle, and the purchases I choose to make would probably also be different. The activities that I participate in on and off campus would be different. My hopes for the future and my biggest fears would be different. My daydreams, my nightmares, and my wishes for the world would all be different. Because I've spent my entire life hearing terrifying, catastrophic climate predictions, and I've grown up knowing that these apocalyptic predictions will take place when I'm 30, 40, and 50 years old. The fact is that I've never had the luxury of making a decision without considering the climate crisis. So I urge the board, when making decisions for UMaine financials, to remember some of the things that people of my generation have to think of every single day, and consider making a choice to divest from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Thank you very much. Next person to speak would be Ryan O'Leary on fossil fuel divestment. Ryan?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, my name is Ryan O'Leary. I'm a sophomore at the University of Maine Orono. In the last decade, the fossil fuel divestment movement has emerged as a key component of an international grassroots mobilization for climate justice. According to divestment organization Divest Ed, dozens of higher institutions across the country have already partially or fully divested from the Carbon Underground 200 list, which is the 200 largest publicly traded fossil fuel companies with the largest carbon reserves being coal, oil, and gas, as listed in the Carbon Tracker 200. Some of these institutions include the University of Oregon, all 10 campuses of the University of California system, American University, University of Vermont, Cornell, College of the Atlantic, Unity College, also recently divest Harvard, Harvard University, and Boston University. We are testifying today because we know that climate change is not an abstract future threat to humanity. The impacts are here and they're going to get much worse. The severity and frequency of extreme weather events are a product of humans burning fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions. If we want to do anything to adapt and mitigate the impacts of climate change, we need sweeping legislation, bold restrictions on fossil fuel companies, and an active fight against their influence on democracy. We need all of you to open the conversation and seriously entertain the option of following in the footsteps of other institutions before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Next speaker will be Enos Marshall on fossil fuel divestment. Enos?
Hello, my name is Enos Marshall, and I'm a civil and environmental engineering student here at the University of Maine. I'd like to start by thanking the board for the opportunity to speak today and thanking the investment committee for sitting down with Divest UMS several weeks ago and beginning a dialogue. Climate change is the biggest existential threat to our future and our state's future. Holding investments in the fossil fuel industry is directly leveraging the university's finances against our future. And I'm just calling in today to say that I hope the dialogue with Divest UMS can continue and that the board will begin to move towards divesting from fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you, Enos. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Becky Dorr, fossil fuel divestment. Are you there, Becky? All right, we'll come back and check one more time for Becky unless I don't hear her. Next speaker would be Andrew Bradley on fossil fuel divestment. Andrew, are you out there? We'll move to Charlie Cooper, fossil fuel divestment.
Hi, I'm Charles Cooper. I'm an honors student majoring in ecology and environmental sciences here at the University of Maine. As an organizer of Divest UMS, I've appreciated the willingness of Trustee Martin and Trustee Donnelly to meet with us and listen to our concerns. Having seen the investment committee meeting minutes, I was concerned to see no evidence of our concerns being addressed at that meeting, but I'm optimistic that this will be clarified later in this meeting today, and I look forward to hearing what Trustee Martin has to say. Nevertheless, our critiques remain valid that the ESG policy has been insufficient at improving both carbon emission and environmental ESG scores, which remain below the benchmark. If board members are unaware of our critiques, I invite them to reach out to myself for our presentation with links to the primary sources. My name is charles.cooper@maine.edu, and Ellen Dowdy has my email if you don't have time to write it down. And though recent dialogues between Divest UMS and the Board of Trustees have been encouraging, I must make one thing entirely clear. If substantial action on this issue is not taken, we will continue this campaign until it is. Given that Divest UMS is building strength and momentum, smashed it well underway, we have more than tripled our membership. With this renewed strength, we will persist in rallying student support, we will persist in having conversations with students about these issues, and we will persist in being loud and taking action until the voices of future generations are heard and heeded. Since I last spoke to you as a board in July, more schools have seen reality and committed to purging their fossil fuel holdings. Notably among them are Harvard University, Boston University, and the University of Minnesota, to name just a few. Harvard garners undeniable respect worldwide for cultivating some of the best minds in our society. We're lucky enough to have a couple of alums sitting on this board today, Trustee Kane and Trustee Katz. I'd be curious to know what the Board of Trustees of UMS knows that the Harvard Board of Overseers do not. Moreover, Trustee Katz and Trustee Irwin earned their JDs at Boston University School of Law. BU's own President Brown announced divestment just 4 days ago as a means to, quote, putting us on the right side of history, end quote. Unfortunately, I believe that implies the University of Maine is currently on the wrong side of history. His words, not mine. From the testimonies you've heard so far, it's clear that addressing climate change and the coinciding social injustices are a central concern of your student body. A generation has seen this crisis unfold. Talk to folks my age who are in tune with these issues and you'll hear a few central themes. Anxiety about our futures, empathy with those currently suffering, despair about a species already lost, and ever-dwindling faith in those institutions and people in power who stand by and fail to act. I invite the board once again to make the right call and act. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Our next speaker will be Jess Clary, Reunion, I believe. I'll say it one more time. Jess Cleary, reunion. All right. We'll come back and do one more check for Jess. I'll move to Ryan Schussline. Is Ryan on the phone? Okay. We'll move to the last speaker on my list, and I'll come back and check one more time on the ones that weren't there. Guy Vegas on fossil fuel divestment. Are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Guy. Go right ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Guy Vegas, and I'm here to speak about divestment of resources out of fossil carbon. I'd like to start with the last few sentences of the UMaine mission statement. I quote, "Through integrated teaching, research, and outreach, the University of Maine improves the quality of life for people in Maine and around the world and promotes responsible stewardship of human, natural, and financial resources." This mission statement was approved by the University of Maine System Board of Trustees in November 2010. I find a contradiction in this statement because continued investment in fossil fuels and use of fossil carbon does not improve the quality of life for people in Maine and around the world. In fact, it decreases it by raising global temperatures, raising the frequency of severe storm events, raising ocean levels, and among other effects, generally decreases quality of life for people around the world. This also contradicts the last sentence, responsible stewardship of human, natural, and financial resources. This is not an appropriate use of our natural resources or our financial resources, which could better be used on green energy and alternative forms of energy rather than fossil carbon. All in all, I mean to say that current investment in fossil fuels contradicts our mission statement. We are living in the best time to switch from fossil carbon to green energy. The effects have only been so small as to not severely damage the entire world, but so that we can see them and recognize that they're really happening. With all this considered, I think it's high time to divest from fossil fuels or change our mission statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. So I'm going to go back to the top of the list. We had 5 people that weren't on. I'm going to try it one more time. I'll come down through the list. The first person that we didn't hear from was Bailu Cates. Are you there, Bailu? All right. We'll move to the next person. Becky Dorr, fossil fuel divestment. Are you there, Becky? All right. And then next one would be Andrew Bradley, fossil fuel divestment. And the next person would be Ryan Schutzlin. Are you there, Ryan? Okay, well, thanks. Thanks everyone who did speak, and we'll move on in our agenda at this point in time. And the first agenda item is the chair's report, and it's kind of alluded to by a couple of our speakers. We did have Trustee Martin, who is the chair of the investment committee, and Vice Chair Donnelly, who also participated. There at some request between myself and Chair Martin, I asked that they actually meet with the divest folks, and they have had a meeting, and I think Trustee Martin, you're going to give us an update on that.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. On September 10th, a subset of the investment committee, our consultants from NEPC, and some members of the University of Maine System leadership team met with the student representatives of Divest UMS, along with their advisor. It is undeniable that all parties around the table are very concerned about climate change. We had a great discussion on how the University of Maine System has been a leader in our state in reducing its carbon footprint. Chief General Services Officer and Director of Facilities Management, Chip Gavin, shared the many positive changes made in our facilities throughout the system in effort to be more climate friendly. We also discussed our continued progress towards divestment within our investment portfolios. We are thankful to the student groups, past and present, for their moral imperative to affect change. It is because of their effort over the last 8 years, the University of Maine System has been on a steady glide path towards reduction of our exposure to fossil fuels within our investment portfolios to the de minimis amount it is today. We continue to work with our consultants, studying portfolios of other institutions, including the recent legislations passed in our state regarding the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. And we are looking at those who have a commitment towards fossil fuel divestment and what it means and how it compares to the great work that continues to be done within our portfolios. The investment committee plans on reporting back to the board at its November meeting with guiding principles that align with our fiduciary responsibilities, but also give us guidance on how we should deal with the emerging global concerns and the investment decisions that are made considering them. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Martin. It's an important topic, and one that I appreciate you and the committee taking time to continue to look at this and have dialogue with the Divest group, and look forward to hearing more about where we go and what we change, if we change anything, in terms of that balance between fiduciary responsibility and the request on fossil fuel. The second topic I wanted to mention under the chair's report was we had hoped this meeting would be in person. It's not, obviously. So we've got our eyes on the November 14th and 15th meeting. Hopefully that will be in person. Assuming that it is at this moment, one of the things that I think we've really paid the price for in Zoom, Zoom does a lot of great things and it's allowed us to keep on going. But one of the things that has happened is without the on-campus engagements, we don't get a chance to really interact with the students very much and with the faculty. So our hope would be at the November board meeting that the board would like to take an opportunity to engage with the faculty and the student representatives of the board on a Sunday afternoon, assuming we go a Sunday, Monday, which has been our tradition in the past. And then during the board meeting on Monday, the board would have an opportunity to have this dialogue around the Sunday afternoon dialogue, which, by the way, would be on student success as a topic we'd like to explore with students and faculty. And then on Monday, we'd have that with the President's Council, the presidents and the chancellor and administration in part of our board meeting on the Monday meeting. So assuming we can do it in person, I really want to encourage all the faculty and student representatives to participate in this dialogue, and we look forward to the opportunity to hear from you directly. That's one of the areas, as I've mentioned, the board we've all noticed and noted that we don't have the kind of contact through Zoom that we would like. And one of the reasons why we'd like to get back into in person as safely and as soon as we can. So that is just a little bit of a heads up of what we're thinking about in the November board meeting. And I want to thank the small subgroup that's been working on trying to figure out the best way for us to engage with the faculty and the students, and we'll see where we go in November. Hopefully we can be on campus. The next point, I just want to take a minute and acknowledge from the chair's position that all the excellent work and the hard work done by the faculty, students, and the administration, and all the employees of UMS and all the campuses to get us up and going so far this year. I know probably the chair will talk. I mean, the chancellor will talk some more here in a minute about the opening and what we're doing. But I just want to acknowledge on behalf of the board that you folks have done a lot of work in preparing for this semester, and the fact that we are up and going and opening and with as little issues that we've had so far is a testament to your hard work, and thank you for doing that. And then just a heads up for the board and others. At this last FFT meeting, which I unfortunately had another commitment and couldn't make it, but this last FFT meeting, Trustee Donnelly, who has been doing double duty as FFT chair and the vice chair for the board, has handed off the FFT chairmanship to Trustee Riley, and I want to thank both of them. Trustee Donnelly for doing the two together, and I look forward to more time with Trustee Donnelly as a vice chair, and thank Trustee Riley for taking up this important responsibility of chairing the FFT committee. And that, I think that's all I have at this point in the chair's report, and I'll turn it over to the chancellors.
Thank you, Chair. Just have a few things to say at the outset of this meeting. Number one, I want to thank students, faculty, staff, and supporters of the university for helping us have what I think is really quite a remarkable return to campus and return to something approaching a normal operations. This has come about because many people for many months put extraordinary efforts into making sure we could bring students back, largely occupy our dormitories, bring students into classrooms. And although we didn't do it quite the way that we had hoped we would be doing it in July, largely because of the onslaught of the Delta variant, we do have our students in classrooms wearing masks, with faculty and learning. And I have to say, as someone whose primary office is on one of the campuses, it is great to see our students moving about campus, smiling, happy, doing things that are appropriate for their learning and, quite frankly, appropriate for their social existence as well. As you know, we did turn to a mandated policy with respect to vaccination as a way to encourage people to become vaccinated. And as of last Friday, with respect to those students living in our dormitories, probably the group most at risk to come into contact and being impacted by the Delta variant, 96.7% of our students had fulfilled all of the requirements with respect to their verification of vaccination. We're very proud of that number. And even with respect to our non-residential students, many of whom are living in the homes that they were raised in, we have an 84.7% support for vaccination. And amongst our faculty and staff, we have an 84.1%. We were also able to reach agreements in line with OSHA requirements with all of the associations representing our employee base, and we are grateful for that. I have kept the trustees up on our population of students. We are largely in line with what transpired last year, a trend of increased graduate education and decreased undergraduate continues to play out, but quite frankly, much in alignment with the demographics of the state of Maine, as well as New England, the largest provider of our student base. I think given the COVID experience, our numbers are really quite extraordinary compared to other universities in Maine and across New England. So I'm very happy with the amount of support we have lent our students. Quite frankly, we had people come to Maine to go to college because they wanted to be part of the great experience that we had with low numbers being affected historically in the state of Maine. So I do again want to thank everyone who's been part of that effort and each of the presidents of our institutions who have led their own particular efforts at their own institutions, and thank them as well. With respect to other efforts ongoing, obviously, we've been active in the labor relations front, reaching agreements with a number of the associations representing employee base, and those actions will be taken later today, and appreciate the strength and the hard work of the team and their colleagues on the other side of the table for reaching the agreements which are laid before you today. We also continue to most particularly be active with NECHI, our regional accreditor of our system under which each of our universities operates. The efforts led by Jeff St. John with respect to the permanent status of unified accreditation being reached as a result of a not too distant visit by NECHI to our campuses. And the report that is in the process of being drafted are all very important with respect to our status and our ability to compete with other institutions within the region for what is a dwindling demographic in New England. Very much appreciate that work and look forward to its being coordinated with respect to our own strategic planning process, which will be discussed later in the meeting. It has been an extraordinary busy year, actually 18, 19 months at this point since COVID reared its head. During that period of time, we have had tremendous accomplishments and some disappointments, but we worked through those, and very, very proud and thankful for the teams at each of our universities, from the presidents to the provost, all the way down to every single employee, student, faculty, parent, and supporter. And that's my report, Chair.
Trustee Gardner, you might be on mute.
I was. Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor. A lot of work being done, and it's we're very appreciative of all the hard work and the good results we're seeing. We'll move into our agenda and the next topic, and I should mention here too, some things will be moved around a little bit in the items that in the sequence they come versus what was originally published in the board book, but I think everybody is pretty much aware of that. But we'll move now to the Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation report, and I believe Vice Chancellor Farini Mundy is going to kick this off. And I'm looking for her on the screen here.
I'm here, Chair Gardner, on a different screen probably. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to update you on the work that we're undertaking in connection with my office as Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation. And Jim Thalen is going to help me with the slides. Thanks, Jim. Basically, a set of quick updates on the good work that's going on. And there's one big theme. We can go to the next one. One big theme across all of this, which is across this system, we have faculty and staff working with students who have fantastic ideas and potential projects in research and innovation, projects that can serve the state and that can contribute to the building of knowledge nationally as well. And what we're trying to do in this work is to expand access to the supports that are needed to turn those into realities. So the theme here is let's get more opportunities for research, particularly with funding availabilities. So I'll speak about these areas of research outreach, of trying to get a handle on what we actually have across the system, some supports to research, and some specific areas of focus going forward. So next slide, please, Jim. So the first thing I wish to mention as an example, and this is a terrific program led by University of Maine, Jason Sharland. It's the UMaine Research Affiliates pilot program that we're running this academic year. And it's about expanding the reach, capacity, and collaboration, as you see here, across the system. So in this pilot, we have 24 researchers. They represent all of the universities in the system, and the website is very full of information. And what you can see, first of all, is the diversity of academic fields that these folks represent, ranging from rehabilitation services to business, to engineering, to psychology, to special education, to potato research. So these folks are coming together as a group with Jason's leadership and in connection with others regularly to try to help achieve a little bit more coordination and interaction, really aiming at interdisciplinary work across some of the fields that these folks represent, and helping them look for chances for external funding at the state, federal, or other levels. So it's very exciting to have them, terrific energy, and we're hoping to make this something that will go from being a pilot to an actual program in the future. Next slide, please, Jim. One thing that we're learning is that although there's great work going on around the system, it's sometimes difficult to find out exactly what kind of funding there is in the research areas across the campuses. And so we've been working with the CBOs as a first step to try to get just an accounting, a kind of a documentation of what proposals have been funded and where those are and what people are working on. That's important for this sharing of information across these groups of faculty. It's also something we called for in research data governance back in the UMaine System R&D plan from a couple of years ago. And because the UMS Transforms work, the Harold Alfond Foundation funded work, calls for such a significant match, and because a part of that match will come in federal dollars, we'd like to get to a point where we're aware of what's out there and how well it connects and help to bridge those connections more explicitly. So that's happening, and that's a bit more administrative, but it's really still aimed at this. How can we just enhance what we're doing? Next slide, please. This is in kind of the same category, this work. This work, co-sponsored by Vice Chancellor Lowe and myself, we are working to be sure that system-wide and in the University of Maine as well, we have the strongest, most forward-looking research computing infrastructure supports available to our faculty researchers. And this is an ongoing discussion that has been happening for a couple of years, and we're very excited. We kicked off a task force last week that will be looking really at what you see here, specifically at governance models for all of the pieces that need to be in place for a modern research computing support infrastructure. So everything from what do we have for cloud services, computing services, supercomputer access across the country, instructional use of research-based computational activity, data storage and curation and security, and then on top of that, a number of compliance and security issues that are all relevant to the data coming in through our research enterprise. So this task force, terrific representation across the system, will come together and look at recommendations that we had from an external review and come back with us to tell us really how we can best govern in a way that makes it possible for our researchers to work in this increasingly important domain of research computing, high performance computing, and related topics. Next slide, please, Jim. On my screen, I'm getting a very slow transition. I don't know if that's how it's looking to all of you. Okay, there we are. Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan. So this is the plan that Governor Mills and her administration have put in place as the means of deploying the federal dollars that are coming from the Academic Rescue Plan Act. the American Rescue Plan Act. And this is all very focused on recovery from the pandemic and long-term economic growth, economic revitalization, and so forth. We've been waiting for the federal guidance to come to the state and then for the state to interpret that guidance. And we now have a meeting scheduled, I believe, tomorrow to hear from the state about how these funds will be administered. As you know, 35 million will come to the University of Maine system, and we have an initial plan for how those would be allocated. But we will be listening, Ryan and I and several others on this call tomorrow, to exactly what the requirements are for how these dollars can be administered and the allowability of certain types of spending. Our proposed ideas have research and development infrastructure, have workforce development, as well as an option for proposals to come in from the smaller campuses for ideas that they may be generating at this time. So more on this, but very exciting to have these funds and the support from the state. Next slide, please. And then just a few other things that we're engaging in this semester. Because the focus right now is on finding the faculty across the system who are eager and ready to generate research ideas and to seek funding for them. We'll be working with presidents and provosts to talk about different methodologies for how to get those good ideas to come to fruition on the campus and beyond. We have a template ready for concept paper requests for these ARP projects, the American Rescue Plan projects, once we get more clarity from the state about exactly what the argument needs to be to spend dollars in that area. And here we would be also, I would add too, that I'll be working with the team to, again this year, pull in suggestions for earmark requests that would go to our delegation. They did a terrific job putting forward system earmark requests from across our universities. We're very grateful to the delegation and their staff for that work, and we're getting started again fairly soon to get ready for the next round. We are also trying to help as possible from this office in coordinating research teams and networks, as so many major federal program announcements just keep coming. Right now, we're working on the EDA Build Back Better regional collaborative projects right at this time to see if we're able to get some planning grants submitted successfully there. We will continue with the MEIF Small Campus Initiative and the System Research Reinvestment Fund calls for proposals in the coming weeks. And then we're on our third cohort of the University of Maine System Grants Academy, which is explicitly focused on seeking grant funding and pre-award work. So a lot happening, and I just thought I'd end with this last slide, which is UMaine focused. It is the set of latest winners in NSF's very competitive career awards program. And we'd like to see our application rate increase across the system. But these 4 individuals have achieved these awards. These NSF grants require the integration of research and education and public impact. And so we'll be watching these folks and their work because these topics are so vital to the state of Maine. And with that, I can stop and take any questions that folks have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the trustees?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll just make a quick comment. I appreciate us taking a comprehensive look at R&D on where from state policy on through how we're implementing it and collaborating throughout the UMaine system, and appreciate the Vice Chancellor of Research and Development guiding us through and keeping us apprised of how we're doing, what we're doing, and our commitment to it.
Thank you, trustee.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I think this is very exciting, and I'm very curious to hear more after the call that you have tomorrow. I think what I keep thinking about is our focus as a system on infrastructure and the opportunity that these funds create, and being mindful that the more we can use them, because it's not clear that they're ongoing, correct? Like this is like
one time.
Yeah. So like the more we can use these to either pilot things, to test things, to use for infrastructure needs, to to take research that we're already doing and maximize it. I think that to me is what I'm very interested in with these one-time funds, and particularly if it's possible for any of them to be used for some of our infrastructure needs and upgrades on the research side across the system. But I am very sensitive to the opportunity that one-time money creates and the challenge it can also create if it's not maximized for infrastructure uses and things that don't create ongoing obligations unless they can be sustained in other ways.
Thanks, Trustee Kane. That's and thanks, Trustee Donnelly, as well. The notion of what will be allowable for these funds is there's great curiosity about exactly what that'll look like. But our initial proposals are very much in the infrastructure category, Trustee Kane, and we're hoping that by tying that needed infrastructure or needed infrastructure improvement to the preparation for the workforce that has slowed in some sense during the pandemic, that we'll be able to make that justification. So we're watching carefully, but a very strong infrastructure engagement is what we're hoping for.
Thank you. Any other trustees have a comment or questions? All righty. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chancellor. And that was a good report out, a lot of good work. And as already been mentioned, it's very important to our overall system and our mission. We'll move to the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs report. And this is Vice Chancellor Placebo, and I'll let you introduce the folks that are going to speak. And we look forward to hearing this part of the program.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to first thank Scott for presenting today and thank the board for supporting these spotlights. I know we're busy and our agendas get longer. And I'm always proud to share with the public the amazing breadth and depth of expertise within our faculty. I think it's good timing as we set out to establish our strategic planning because these presentations remind us of the incredible talent we have to achieve those goals. I also wanted to express my appreciation for our provosts and their deans for their partnership in the strategic program review process, formerly known as programs for examination. They have engaged with me and my team in sincere dialogue this year to greatly improve the review process. Better insights, more factors, greater conversation. It's been really inspiring. We strive to continuously improve our insight transparency in the process and subsequently improve outcomes. As you'll hear from President Hedin, lots going on at every campus, and she's wrapping up our process for last year. And we've already kicked off the process again for this year. So I'm particularly grateful to the provosts for including their deans this year in those kickoff meetings. These collaborative conversations will drive our future success for sure. So thank you, Chair. Are you ready to hear Scott's presentation?
Yes, we are.
Scott, please take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm Scott Bloomberg. I'm an associate professor at the law school. Want to make sure this didn't get lost in the shuffle. I'm actually co-presenting this with Peter Guffin, who's professor of practice and the director of the school's information privacy program. And Peter's actually going to take the first leg of the presentation. But on behalf of both of us, I just want to thank you all for allowing us to highlight the program that we think is just an amazing program, and we've all everybody at the law school has put a lot of time and energy into making it a truly excellent program, as you're going to see. So let me share my screen, and Peter, you can go ahead and introduce yourself, and we'll get going.
Sure. Good morning. I guess it's still good morning, right? And thank you for inviting us to participate in this. Our mission in the few minutes we have this morning is really to highlight for everyone here, the student success that we've actually had with respect to this information privacy law program. And when I talk about student success, I'm really focusing on, preparing students, law students in particular, for the practice of law, which requires really every lawyer to have some basic understanding of cybersecurity and information privacy law, but also to really help these law students find jobs. You'll hear throughout this presentation this morning, a lot of this reflects what we're seeing in society in terms of the surge in interest in jobs, not just for lawyers in the information privacy and data security fields, but also in the areas of business, cybersecurity, computer science, et cetera. So next slide, Scott. So I'll start with sort of some great news, right? In September of 2019, the IAPP, the International Association of Privacy Professionals, actually conducted a research project and gave the Maine Law School some distinct recognition as one of the top law schools in the country in the area of information privacy law. What's interesting about the IAPP's research project is that it's the first of its kind. There never had been any kind of a ranking of any law schools with respect to information privacy. And there was a desire by the IAPP, which is in part, which by the way, for those that don't know, the IAPP is the world's largest information privacy organization. It's dedicated, it has over 70,000 members, and its mission is really to define and promote and improve the privacy profession globally. And the mission was really to try to understand how privacy is being taught at ABA accredited law schools in the US. And building on that research project in June of this year, and this is, I think, a really important point that I hope all of the other parts of our university system can appreciate. Building on that initial research in 2019, the IAPP in June of this year released a global guide to curricula called the Privacy and Data Protection in Academia. And the Maine Law School is included in that. But if you look at that publication, you'll see that there are, a number of universities around the planet that are focusing on developing a cross-disciplinary approach to privacy and data protection. Why is the IAP involved in this? It's because it sees the need to have the universities around the world produce the next generation of privacy professionals who can deal with the surging demand for professionals in this field. Next slide, Scott. So the components of our program that we wanted to focus on today, they're really the key strategic drivers for our information privacy program. I'll speak about a few of these, and then Scott will also speak about a few of these. The six we've got for this morning revolve around the certificate that we actually offer to JD students, the curriculum that we're developing at the law school in this area, our Privacy Pathways program, which is a good example of our leveraging our relationship with the IAPP, internship and externship programs that we offer as part of our experiential piece of the program, our Summer Privacy Institute, which is now in its 12th year, and student activities, the level of student interest that we see coming from the ground up from the students who are driving some interesting innovations at the law school. Next slide, Scott. So just to give you a sense of this certificate, this piece of the program has been, I think, very successful. again, successful in terms of preparing students and actually helping students find jobs. So this certificate is available. It's offered for JD students, and it gives them the opportunity to graduate with a certificate showing a specialization or at least some special learning in the area of information privacy law. It was launched in 2016. We had our first award recipient in 2017, in May of 2017. And as of today, we have 25 certificates that have been awarded to students since its inception. The certificate, to earn a certificate, a JD student needs to complete a certain amount of coursework. And the coursework includes courses related to information privacy law. It requires students to actually do some experiential work, either an externship or an internship, where they're actually working at a company, an organization, doing information privacy law work. It also requires them to complete a writing project, which would actually result in publication in a privacy-related journal. So, you know, that having that distinction as a JD student, that, you know, the student has actually earned this certificate, has actually been very, very important in helping a lot of our students gain jobs. And the jobs, as you can see here, you know, it's led to privacy law-related positions at, you know, both local companies and global companies around the world. Next slide, Scott. So curriculum is obviously a key to our success in this program, and that's one of our continuing strategic initiatives, is to really broaden, diversify that curriculum. And you know, one of the things that I think everyone here today can recognize that is that, you know, information privacy and cybersecurity are not, you know, siloed disciplines. They really require cross-disciplinary approaches to solving problems, real-world problems. And you know, our desire as a law school is to continue to really build, you know, a curriculum offering that offers courses in a lot of different subjects in the area of information privacy and cybersecurity. A good example of that would be artificial intelligence. You know, so a few years ago, we actually offered, you know, a course on artificial intelligence, ethics, and regulation of artificial intelligence. And thankfully, we were able to coordinate with the School of Computing and Information Science in Orono. One of the opportunities that course permitted us to do was to reach out to Orono to actually engage with a couple of professors there who are working a lot in the AI field. And they actually, you know, gave us guest lectures in our law school class. So the development of the curriculum is really key. And we offer both core foundational information privacy and cybersecurity courses, as well as advanced topics in privacy like AI, big data, data analytics, etc. Next slide, Scott. So the experiential piece of this program is really really a matter of matching up a demand from companies, businesses, organizations, both locally and nationally, that have an interest in engaging with students who are taking courses in this area, that have an interest in careers in this area, and matching that demand from these organizations with the interest that the students have in working in this area. And we have had we've had no difficulty finding companies like Unum and WEX and IDEX to become regular participants in offering externship, internship opportunities for our students to spend a semester working, many times getting paid to actually work in the privacy data security shops, if you will, of these large organizations. And as you can see from this list, it ranges from, the Maine Medical Center, for Research Institute, where that institute is involved in, as many of you know, in some incredible research, and that area is intensely privacy related, and that center has gobbled up students who have an interest in the subject of human subject research and the privacy issues relating to that. Scott, I think you take it over from here, I think, with our next slide.
Yeah, I think the baton goes to me.
Okay. Thank you.
So thank you for all that, Peter. So I'll just pick up where you left off. To build on Peter's point about kind of the opportunities we see for cross-campus collaboration with the law school's information privacy program. As you can see from the slide, this is something we've already started to do, having a course that was co-taught with faculty from the cybersecurity field, and a number of reciprocal guest lectures between our department and School of Computing and Information Science. I think Peter and I both also guest lectured as part of this school's COVID-19 lecture series, focusing on issues involving privacy and COVID. And we have some concrete plans for the future as far as the cross-listed course in spring 2023. But I would also add, I just think there's so much we can do here. When you think about information privacy and cybersecurity issues, of course, these issues aren't just in law, right? They're in the IT space, in the public policy space, and increasingly they're an enormous business risk. And so when you think about what happens when there is a cybersecurity incident, or when a business has some sort of information privacy problem, it's not like one discipline is handling the issue in a silo, right? When you're out in the real world, lawyers have to work with the business folks who have to work with the IT folks. And so to bring those three groups together in a classroom environment, I just think would be incredibly valuable to the students who will then go on to be the leaders in businesses in Maine and across the country. So we hope to develop the kind of cross-collaborative curriculum even more into the future. So the next component of the information privacy program is the Privacy Pathways program. And this really highlights the kind of importance of our relationship with the IAPP, which I'm not sure if Peter mentioned, but this enormous international organization with 70,000 privacy professionals happens to be right down the road in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And the president and CEO of the IAPP is a Maine Law alum. So we really have this unique relationship with the world's foremost privacy organization. And one benefit, our students benefit from that association in a lot of ways. But one way they benefit is Maine Law's participation in the Privacy Pathways program. And this program allows students to have IAPP membership and take a certifying exam called a Certified Information Privacy Professional exam for about $100. And they also get other benefits like access to IAPP's educational materials and things like that. But that means that when a student leaves Maine Law, if they obtain the information privacy certificate along with their JD, they're leaving with that certificate, with a CIPP credential, which is increasingly essential if you want to be a privacy lawyer, and something written that is of publishable quality, right? Which is part of what we require from our program. And so, when you compare that to what an average law student comes out of school with, this is why our graduates are so competitive on the market. It's programs like this. And lastly, just to touch on the kind of last bullet there, the Weston Scholar Book Award program. So Maine Law was is one of 20 law schools globally selected to participate in this program. It's a scholarship program that gives $1,000 scholarship to one student a year and gives them free membership with the IAPP for 2 years, along with some other benefits. So again, we're really being recognized again and again by the IAPP as one of the top privacy law programs, not just in the country, but in the world. Another really unique aspect of our privacy program is the Summer Privacy Institute. So this is really a one-of-a-kind event where law students and professionals have access to about 3 weeks of intensive coursework on cutting-edge issues in privacy law, right? So this year, the classes were global privacy law, global data transfers, right? How to transfer data from like an EU country to another country and vice versa. A class on privacy and competition law. It's a hot topic in privacy law, is how antitrust might or how it should apply to some of the larger tech companies. And then also a class on privacy, AI, and ethics. And that event's capped off by a one-day conference. And this year, we partnered with Northeastern and the Rue Institute in Northeastern School of Law to put on that conference. And it really attracted a number of top scholars and privacy professionals in the country. Unfortunately, they couldn't come to Portland physically because of COVID, but eventually we hope to physically attract them to Maine as well. But we had faculty from Northeastern, from Boston University, from Carnegie Mellon, from the University of Ottawa, and we had privacy practitioners from MasterCard, Facebook, the ACLU, and really top tier organizations like this. And lastly, and most importantly, right, this program is all about our students. It's all about giving them an incredible educational opportunity in the field of information privacy law and making sure that they go on to be the kind of alumni that we want to see in important positions in the information privacy world. And so much of the growth of our program really is student driven. As you can see, our students took the initiative to form a student association around information privacy law. They've started the Student Journal of Information Privacy Law, which right now is an online publication that's just getting off the ground. And we're really excited to see where that goes. They placed second in a global information privacy moot court competition, in a competition that was about EU law, not even US law, right? They were the second best team in the world. So really highlights the strength of our students. And because they're strong students, they go on to be important alumni in really interesting positions. And you can kind of see some of the companies that we've that our former students now work at. And with the demand for information privacy professionals and cyber people who are experts in cybersecurity law, this impressive list of companies where our students work is just going to grow. So with that, I think Peter and I would be happy to take any questions you all may have.
Can we go back to the full screen?
Sure.
Thank you. Outstanding information. So I'm sure there's some questions here. If you have one, please just go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Gardner. Scott, Peter, great presentation and really timely. Info privacy continues to be, in some ways, a headline risk for many companies in Maine and throughout the nation. And I'm just curious, your certification program that you're offering to law students, is that over time going to be dovetailed into a certification that other University of Maine system students can take, whether they're in the law school or not?
That's an interesting question. We do have and I'll defer to our good dean, Lee Softly, to maybe weigh in on that one. I can share with you that we currently have a compliance certificate program that's offered to compliance professionals. And my colleague Andy Kaufman at the law school actually runs that compliance one of the core modules in our compliance certificate program for compliance professionals is information privacy and cybersecurity. So we do have that piece. To answer your question more directly, I'm going to turn it over to Dean Softly.
Thank you, Peter. We're actually working on several fronts to expand the certificates that are available from Maine law. The particular certification that we're talking about comes from IAPP, and they are in the process of reviewing who and what professionals will have the opportunity to have that certificate. We're also working right now to expand the privacy curriculum into cybersecurity much more broadly, with the goal, and the chancellor and I are still sort of talking about how we can make this all come together, but the goal is actually to have Maine, the University of Maine system, be the first system that offers some credential in cybersecurity or privacy at every one of our campuses. And so your question is a very good one. We need to be branching out in the way we look at privacy law and cybersecurity and all of the other components that go into it. So the answer, as you can tell from really good lawyers, is we don't know yet, but we're getting there.
Thank you.
Others, any questions or comments? I don't see any at the moment, so I'd like to just compliment both folks, Scott and Tom and Dean, for having this kind of a program and a report out on it. I found it very, very interesting on multiple fronts. One of the things that you had me thinking about, if I go back in my life, about a year and a half ago, I was running a North American business, which was part of a large global business. And this topic of privacy and cybersecurity and all, it was constantly on the agenda every meeting we had globally. One of the things that, and I think you touched on it, Scott and Tom, but I wanted to double check. One of the things that I found at the time frustrating, but it became something we had to pursue. When you have a global company, a lot of times they'll decide that the best thing to do is to bring everybody up to whatever the most stringent laws are in the land. And so under privacy, a lot of the privacy laws that we had to quickly learn were the European laws, because the European laws at the time, I don't know where they are today, the European laws at the time were much more stringent in some areas than the US laws were. I think I saw in your presentation that you actually, I guess the moot court did an international case and under EU laws, but I would think there would be quite a demand for people, particularly in different fields, HR and law, to know a little bit about where the most challenging laws are and how to work with them in companies like the one I came from.
Yeah, Mark, this is Peter. You know, to sort of build on what you just said, you know, the law school actually had the foresight, and it really came from students. This is back before the European General Data Protection Regulation, about which you're referring, I think.
Yes.
Was in effect, you know, law students, you know, approached the faculty at the law school to say, hey, can we have a course? Can you offer a course to prepare us, you know, for the GDPR? You know, recognizing exactly your point that if you're a global company, and actually, what company isn't global today, right? Data is a global phenomenon, right? It's traveling around the world at speeds that we couldn't even fathom, you know, 10 or 20 years ago. But the students actually, you know, inspired us to offer a course, a fall course before the GDPR went into effect, that really spent a semester looking very closely at the GDPR and what it meant and how it worked. And what's really interesting about your comment, Mark, is that a lot of these laws are being enacted in regions of the outside the US, right? So you have Asia and you have other, and we as US companies are needing to contend with those laws. And it's really an important component of developing this curriculum to make sure our students are prepared to deal with, you know, these international laws and regulations that are being developed ahead of the US. So excellent question.
Yeah, it was a real experience that we went through. And interesting enough, one of your alums who worked for us is actually, she took it up on herself, and we supported her, and she learned the GDPR and spent a lot of time in Europe getting up to speed on that to keep us on the right side of the law when we're doing global business.
Yeah.
So thank you. Any other comments from trustees or anyone?
Well, feel free to reach out to us if you have any subsequent
I
questions.
do have a question, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, sorry.
Sorry,
I was trying to formulate my question as someone who tries not to speak about technology or do math in public because I just feel like I sound silly. But I work in an industry and in an organization that is constantly under threat from hackers and attacks. Like that's what in our information being stolen is on my mind 24/7. And I was thinking that in addition to thinking about how you spread the expertise across the system and perhaps explore ultimately some kind of certificate, I guess my question is, do you offer any kind of, I know the law school does a lot of work in the community with putting future attorneys and out into the world to help people navigate our justice system. And it seems like this could be a potential other area to offer expertise, particularly to small nonprofits, to small businesses that don't know how to even have the conversation about what this means for their information and for how they navigate the world. And that might be another thing you could do. So I'm just adding to your list of things you can do to help people, I guess. And thank you. It was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I would just say there are some law schools that are developing law and technology clinics to allow students to have exactly that kind of hands-on experience. And boy, that would be another great component to add to our program here.
I've put it on the list, Scott.
Thanks. Very good. Good. Excellent presentation. And I guess turn it back to you, Vice Chancellor Percival, to kick off the next section.
And in the interest of time, I will just welcome President Hadeen to hear her report.
Yeah, I'm looking for, okay, I'm just getting ready to share my screen. Are you seeing it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not. How can that be? Oh my goodness.
Deb,
Yeah.
Stop sharing your screen if you can. And then
Yep.
When you say share screen, choose the one with your full monitor.
Okay. With my full monitor. Okay, let's try again. Sorry, I've done this many times and I don't know why I'm not seeing. What happens when what slide are you seeing? The inventory one right now?
Yeah.
You seen the programs one?
Yes.
Okay.
So when you click on the sides there, it does change.
Yeah. So here, let me do one other thing. Maybe it's going to be just fine. Okay.
That's perfect.
Okay. I don't know how I did that. Okay, we're good now. So sorry about that delay. Chair Gardner and trustees, thank you for the opportunity for me to share with you our UMFK's programs for examination from 2020, 2021. As you know, I'm the last to present, and it was delayed from spring to summer to now fall. So a couple highlights here. So, well, especially one of the big highlights during our academic year last year was that our faculty had the opportunity to prepare and share viable academic program presentations with our campus. And that was a really exciting process, and it addressed 9 key program indicators for each of their programs. And it gave us an opportunity to dive deep into what our programs were doing, how our faculty were serving our students. And that analysis has helped us think about the next steps we need to do to strengthen our programs. Another piece on this page that is important to address is our faculty teaching workload. Most faculty on most campuses typically teach 3 courses each semester, and on this campus, our faculty teach 4 courses every semester. Therefore, excellence in teaching is a priority. And thinking about our classroom instruction around, engagement, hands-on opportunities, very interactive opportunities for our students, as well as including experiential learning. So those are some really key pieces in that. And we are definitely, our focus is on transforming students into professionals, a very career-focused curriculum and focus of our university at an undergraduate level, which is perfect for us. We share a number of positions with UMPI, and we very much appreciate and value that and see the importance of that in order to strengthen our program delivery. So the importance on this piece right here, most importantly, is on this campus at this time, all programs have the capacity to grow and actually need to grow. That is a critical piece on our campus that we are talking about on a regular basis around recruitment and retention of students. So that's an important part. The other thing under grow, our academic partnership nursing program has continued to have positive growth in enrollment during the last few years and into this academic year as well. And of course, we're very grateful to that piece. And obviously, we are looking for ways to increase retention rates of those students. Sometimes they dip in and out because of other work that they are engaged in. And so we're trying to address that as well. The last piece on this page under Sunset, I've had conversations with the English department because of their limited graduation rate numbers over a number of years. They typically are graduating maybe 1 to 2 students at the most. And so in conversations with faculty in that department, we plan to sunset that degree this year. So we will be engaged in the paperwork in that process. So we will still have lower division English courses on our campus, of course, to address the general ed requirements, but there will not be that upper division English degree component on our campus. And that's pretty similar to our math program. We do not have a math degree on this campus. We have math courses that provide the gen eds that are necessary for the other degrees and for the gen ed component. And that is working quite well on that campus, and we have strong numbers in that area. So some important pieces here, and the most important one is right here on the very top, and this comes from the UMS 2020 trend report, where enrollment at UMFK has decreased by 21.5% in the last 5 years. This is not a proud statement for our university. We talk about it often on this campus. We are very well aware of this issue and concern, and we are certainly hoping to be addressing it based on the work that we did last year leading into this year. Some important demographics for this campus. This was a snapshot from last fall, 2020, 60% full-time students, part-time 40%, first generation students 44%. and in-state students, 75%, and we have 26 countries represented on this campus. And again, I checked the numbers for this fall. Again, we are at the same. We have students from 26 countries spending time up here in Fort Kent, Maine. That is simply incredible. And moving down into recruitment and retention, one piece that stands out here, which is probably not uncommon for many campuses, that only 10 to 15% of our applications lead to matriculated students. This happens because when students apply, when they submit application, they can check every single university, and that application goes out to all universities. And so then it's an opportunity for us then to drill down and work with our faculty, give faculty that information, and they can be reaching out to students as well in terms of trying to recruit students for their specific programs. Another thing here, by the third year, only half of our program students are retained. Some of this is due to financial situations. Students aren't able to continue on, sometimes academic difficulties. And then we also have some students that transfer out because of looking for a degree program that we do not have on our campus. And yet we do recruit a lot of students in. We have a number of students that transfer in to us. And then the last piece is pretty important here too for our in-state students. Our in-state students are typically carrying about 11 credits, averaging 11 credits a semester. Out-of-state students, 13. And really we need our students to be at 15 credits a semester in order to finish within a reasonable time within that 4-year mark. And so we are working with all of our programs and our advisors to increase the amount of credits that students are enrolling for each semester, because we know how important that is. And then the last slide around initiatives. So obviously the UMS Transform Student Success and Retention Initiative is a big one for our campus. We are working to address all three of these areas: research, learning experience, gateways to success, and pathways to careers. So we've had multiple conversations. We are drilling down and addressing these pieces in these areas, and definitely hoping by next fall to have opportunities like UMaine did this fall for the research learning experience for our students to have that opportunity on our campus. The next piece here to talk about briefly is the guiding principles about becoming a student-ready college. We used that textbook last year to guide our work in thinking about how do we become student-ready, that not just the students need to be ready to come to university, but we need to be ready and well prepared for our students. And in doing so, we have spent time thinking about and creating inviting and welcoming environments, indoor and outdoor environments for our students. And it has led to incredible conversations and actually changes on our campus to make our campus like really appealing and really looking like we do support students and care about our students, including all of our hallways, office spaces, etc. And then let's see, another piece I wanted to talk about with the faculty, as I mentioned, they engaged in viable academic program presentations. Our staff engaged last fall and into spring analysis of their work around effective service departments. 21 PowerPoint presentations were given. And boy, did both of the faculty and the staff presentations certainly it was all timely, because we were also starting to review our strategic plan, that it was time for that process to begin. And all of those PowerPoint presentations certainly led in and provided guidance to the steering committee. And from the work of our strategic plan steering committee, the strategic framework that we're using at the moment, and the key priorities that emerged from that all last year, that data collection, we have 5 areas: community engagement, culture of assessment, diversity, equity, and inclusion, 4, strategic enrollment management, and 5, viable career-focused academic programs. We believe those 5 key area priorities will certainly help us in developing metrics that will guide us in our next steps at this university. The other piece to mention here is around culture of assessment. We know that assessment is critical to the work that we do. We data-driven, we need to have data to inform and guide the decisions that we make on this campus. And it's just not focused on academic assessment. We need to do it in all of our service departments as well as facilities. And by addressing all three of these areas, it will always continue to help move the institution forward across a more holistic way of thinking about our campus. And I would say at this time, those were the key pieces, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and return for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dean. Any questions or comments for Trustee Case? Go ahead. You're on mute. You're on mute, Roger.
My apologies. Thank you, President. The next to last slide, the plan to strengthen academic portfolio, and you mentioned this in your presentation about the decrease in enrollment, but you indicated that 60% of the students are full-time, 40% are part-time. Have those numbers changed over the last 5 years, if you know off the top of your head, or is the ratio remained about the same? What's happened there?
Thank you for your question. I don't know that off the top of my head. I suspect it's in the last at least few years that has been the trend in terms of not having as many full-time students. And a lot of times that reason that happens in on this particular campus is students are working. They can't afford to go to school full-time. And so I suspect that's been a pattern here for some time, because that continues to be a very important topic of conversation in terms of students being able to enroll and maintain and not dip out. We also have a number, part-time also accounts for students dipping in and out from working one semester, joining us for another semester.
Thank you.
Chair Gardner.
Yes, Trustee Rondondo.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for an excellent presentation. I'm interested in learning a little bit more about the students who represent those 26 countries and how they find their way to you, and any particular special needs that they might have in terms of their student success.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Rotunda. That is a great question. So they find us through sports, and definitely our soccer teams. We've had successful national champions for a number of years. And so the men's and women's soccer teams certainly attract students from many countries. And then what happens, it becomes word of mouth within those countries that this was a great university to go to. They cared deeply about us. They supported us both in our sport and our academics. The piece that tends to be of concern for those students, the students come here, but many of them do not have a great deal of money, and then it becomes difficult for some of them to be successful, because many of those students can only take jobs on campus and not in the community. And then of course we have limited jobs that are available on campus. So it's a very interesting situation that we find ourselves in. They will do anything. They are the most amazing students. They work hard, they're determined, but financially it is a struggle for some of them to continue to make ends meet. And they certainly help and support each other in that process.
Thank you.
President Dina, that's a very informative presentation. I did have one question, or maybe it's a two-part question. In the drop-off over the last few years, which was fairly substantial, how much of that was the Canadian students who are not able to come across the border now, or maybe they can just now start coming across? I'm not quite sure where we stand on that.
Thank you for that question. What's interesting, I've asked the same when we were looking over that 5-year cycle, and we've looked at our data. The teacher education piece actually started dipping a little sooner than the last 5 years. but it might have definitely been a spin-off of some of that as well. What's really has dropped, especially we can see it this coming into this year, is in-state. Our in-state piece is dramatically less than in the past. And right now we're doing quite well with the out of state, but in terms of out of state, about half of our out of state students are international students. And thank goodness for our academic partnership nursing program. That again is, saving us at the moment. What's unfortunate on this campus that seems to be a trend is we have one signature program that helps us to kind of survive. It was teacher education at one point, it is now nursing. And really we need to have a more diversified portfolio of academic programs so we have many that are strong versus only having one and being grateful for that one. We need to really strengthen a number of the other ones that we have right now. And we're working to do that.
Thank you.
Chair. Just a quick comment about Canadian students. So we lost most of our Canadian students about 6 years ago. I think all of the Canadian universities restructured their tuition to be much lower and much more competitive with us. So we didn't have a response to that for some time now. I think it's almost 2 years ago now, or at least a year and a half ago, this board voted to make some improvements to get those students back, and we made adjustments to our tuition just in time for COVID. So we did see actual increases, even though we have closed borders from last year to this year. We went from 100 students to 156 students, and I suspect once we get that border back open next year, we're going to see a lot more Canadian students.
If I could offer one other piece, again, right before the border closed, our early college program here on campus had some really creative and strategic plans to start working with the high schools or the secondary education components in Canada to then create an opportunity for a feeder from high school into our university. And again, those things we've had to kind of delay those until the border opens as well. So at some point, we're hoping that could increase our partnerships and enrollment with Canadian students once again.
Good. Thank you. Any other trustees? Any questions, comments? All righty. Thanks very much. They were very good presentations and informative.
Thank you.
We're going to take our lunch break right now. It looks like we're about 5 minutes early, so that's okay. We'll start back up at 10 minutes of 1. That's what we have on our schedule. So we'll go from now until 10 minutes of 1, and we'll start promptly at 12:50 or 10 of 1 with the Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration and Treasurer's report. So have a good lunch break, and we'll be back then. Thank you. We all set, Ellen, you think?
Several trustees are just starting to join now, but I think we could go ahead.
All righty. Looks like we've got pretty much everybody back. So the next topic on our agenda is tab number 3, and that is a report out on investment updates and also the FY22 budget, and that will be Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, and the Treasurer's report will be Ryan Lowe. And I think hopefully Ryan came back.
I did.
There it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 3 items for my fairly brief report this morning. As you noted, I'll talk a little bit about investment results. I want to talk about the status of the Budget Stabilization Fund, and then I'll close with a timeline for the FY22 budget adjustments. But let me start with investment results. As always, the reports are included in your board materials. We are obviously just into fiscal year 22, so I'll just briefly touch on what July looked like. I'll circle back and talk about how each of the funds finished last year, and then move on to other parts of my report. So the managed investment pool, with a market value of $448 million, saw a gain of 0.8% in July. The MIP closed out fiscal year 21 with a net of fees return of positive 27.1%. That's good. So that's a very solid year. The pension plan, with a market value of $25 million, saw a gain of 1.6% for July. The pension plan closed out fiscal year 2021 with a net of fees return of nearly 16%. And then finally, the operating fund, with a market value of $278 million. As a reminder, a more conservative asset allocation there, experienced a gain of 0.1% for the month of July. Preliminary results for August indicate another positive month, a positive return of 0.4%. The operating fund closed out fiscal year 2021 with a net of fees return of 7.7%, or nearly $19 million over the FY21 budget of $3.2 million. So very, very positive there. Just kind of transitioning onto the Budget Stabilization Fund. Again, I just noted the $19 million in investment returns over budget. This is the literal definition of one-time funds right here. Typically, any excess earnings here would be used to replenish the rainy day fund and potentially any other one-time system-wide initiatives where we are looking to fund resources or fund those initiatives. So let me just briefly share my screen here. Hopefully I've managed to do that and everyone can see the presentation here. Let me just go down here. And again, as you can see here, the System Budget Stabilization Fund is in its second decade of existence. As the trustees will know from your approval of the FY22 operating budget, the fund is used to provide one-time resources to campuses to smooth out any financial challenges a campus may be facing. It is important to note, since 2010, trustees have approved a budget stabilization transfer to every one of our campuses at least once, several on multiple occasions. The University of Maine is the one kind of exception there, although they were approved for a transfer. Their 2015 enrollment numbers improved substantially over the course of that year, and ultimately that transfer wasn't necessary, but obviously a fund that has assisted several of our campuses as we navigate the ups and downs of enrollment and other challenges. As noted right here on the slide, we only transfer the amount necessary to offset any year-end losses, even if the approved transfer is larger. This has happened frequently, more in more recent years at the University of Maine School of Law, where, you know, as an example, the trustees approve a $2 million transfer. We get to the end of the year and we only need 1.4 million to get the budget back into balance. That's the amount that we transfer. We don't transfer any excess dollars over that. After some conversations with the chancellor, we are transferring nearly half of those excess earnings into the budget stabilization fund. As you can see here, bringing our balance in that account up to a record 21.5 million. It's worth, I'll be working with the chancellor to finalize some additional transfers over the next few weeks. And do look forward to bringing that back to the board at your meeting in October. This is again, you can see here 21.5 million is a record amount for this fund. Having said that, we're probably not halfway to where we want to be for a size of this fund. We've done transfers in the $3 million range to at least a couple of campuses over the last 2 years. Only have to do that for 3 or 4 years, regardless of who the campuses are, and that balance will be back down again. So we'll be looking to obviously wean campuses off those dollars. That's the purpose of the budget stabilization fund, but we'll also continue to make it a priority to try to get that balance up to a higher level. I think the final piece that I wanted to touch on this morning, let me get through my animation here, is the FY22 budget timeline. So as has been the case for the past several years, we are planning to present the board with an FY22 supplemental budget, one that reflects budget variances that have opened up since the fiscal year started back in July. Two primary drivers of that change. One, as you would expect, is enrollment. So when we start building these budgets and we're beginning that process of building the 2023 budget, even as we speak, we make projections on enrollment, ultimately that we don't know how those will materialize for nearly a full calendar year before we get back around. It's not unusual. In fact, it's more common than not that we do need to make changes based on those enrollment numbers. Sometimes they come in lower, sometimes they come in higher. Sometimes we have more revenue because we have more out-of-state students, even if we hit the actual number of students right on the button. And so changes are often warranted on that front. As well as the collective bargaining agreements. And so a little later in the agenda, we'll talk about tentative agreements with 4 of our 6 bargaining units, and certainly remain hopeful that we'll get those last 2 across the finish line. The budgets at the campus level and at the system level, as you recall, will need to be adjusted to reflect those tentative agreements. When we were building these budgets and building the FY22 budget, we were in a very different situation, both in relation to COVID, in addition to state support. At that time, we were looking at the potential of a 10% reduction in our state appropriation. And so we made some assumptions around collective bargaining costs that ultimately will need to be adjusted. And so as both of those come together, this is the schedule that we've outlined for those revisions. We won't know final enrollment numbers until October the 15th. Campuses have already started to think through what kind of changes they would make, so the timeline's not quite as crunched as it appears here, but ultimately they'll get those final numbers on Friday the 15th. We'll give them a little less than a calendar week to make those changes, submit them back into my office. We will review those. We will roll those up on Thursday, Friday, and likely over that weekend. We'll get the board materials to Ellen and Heather that Monday. in advance of your meeting later in the week. It's not a huge turnaround. It is a quick turnaround. It's not a lot of time on your end to review those materials. It is a product of the calendar. There wasn't much we could do about that. But I will say, as I mentioned, I think at FFT as well, the type of changes that we're talking about here are generally minor. You'll get them back in, probably a one-pager. Here's what we thought the enrollment was going to be, for instance. Here's where it came out. The revenue variance was this. And let's pretend it's a positive variance. And we needed to bring on 2 more faculty members, or we needed to have these additional expenses on the instruction side. We'll note that on the expense side and note how we're getting back into balance. So it should be fairly simple. You will not be getting 20 and 25 page PowerPoint presentations from each of the campuses. So not a lot of time to review the materials, but again, hopefully we'll be able to do that in a way that will be easy for folks to understand, and will certainly be available to answer any questions. So I think I'll stop sharing my screen there. And then that concludes my report, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to answer questions on any of those 3 topics.
Thank you, Ryan. Very, very efficient and good information. So any questions for Ryan on this material? Trustee Case.
Thank you, Ryan. I'm embarrassed because I know I asked this question before. I just can't remember the answer, but the budget stabilization fund, what sort of criteria are out there about what it ought to be for an enterprise of this size? Are there any sort of national standards? And what are they as applied to us? And what options would we have to try to get there if we wanted to?
Yes, super question. So there are standards out there. We actually have those standards in UMS policy. We work with the chief business officers probably 4 to 5 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. And set a couple of interim goals. So the first goal was to get our reserves at the campus level and the system level, roughly to 10% of whatever that expenditure amount is at a campus or at the system, with a goal of eventually getting to 18%. That's the marker that we wanted to. If that sounds familiar to some of you, it's pretty much mirrors a lot of conversations that several of us on this Zoom had back in our state government days. The goal of the state's budget stabilization fund was to get up to that 18% number as well, and so that's what we mirrored. It's a little hard to pick, what's that magical number, mostly because it's a collection, as you would imagine, a collection of reserves at the individual campuses, and then the system has an amount as well. But if you figure we're in that $500 million range, as a system, we want to be somewhere at least around 50 million to start, and ideally something a little less than 100 million system wide if we were to get up to that 18% target.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Ryan. That's good information. We'll now move to some of the action items. We have quite a few to go through this afternoon, and we'll start off with our tab number 6, which is the establishment of tab number 4. Ooh, wait a minute. Looking at tab number 4, the Board of Trustees approval of the strategic planning process and the timeline that goes with that. And I believe that goes over to Vice Chancellor Thielen, who's going to kick it off, and probably the Chancellor as well.
Sure, thanks, Chair Gardner. And while I'm getting my screen ready, I'd welcome any opening remarks from the Chancellor.
Thank you, Jim and Chair. First of all, let me begin this discussion by saying that this is an important moment. I want to thank the former chair for his leadership with respect to the necessity of developing a strategic initiative on behalf of our individual institutions and of the institution as a whole through unified accreditation. There's been a lot of work that's gone into this over the last year to just discuss when was the right time and how to go about it. We're ready, I think, to start that, having digested at least our first round of unified accreditation and looking to NETCHI's visit and permanent status as a unified accredited institution. The time seems right now to move forward. And really to very much say to the public that this is not a top-down process, that this is a everybody up process to bring it to our campuses, to visit with our faculty, our other staff, our students, alumni, community, and clearly the university leadership as it exists with presidents and provosts. And so it will be an involved process. It will be a everybody up process, not a top-down process. We have lots of challenges here in Maine and with our system, demographics being a large one. Quite frankly, the status of our infrastructure being right up there as numbers 1 and 2 on any given day, they can switch position. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of thoughts and opinions to get. We will rely on the services of a consultant. I think Jim will address that. But I look forward to, in my fall visits and in my spring visits, having conversations on each of the campuses about this process and making sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. With that, Jim, I turn it back to you.
Sure. Thanks, Chancellor. And apologies for putting the presentation up before I was ready to go. I will get it back up now.
In Jim's defense, we thought that Ryan Lowe would go a much longer period of time. So you're forgiven, Jim.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So thanks again, Chancellor, for those opening remarks. I'd like to take just a few minutes with the board today to talk about the historical context of what we're doing, what we've done in the past with strategic planning, and what we're doing right now that is complementary to and related to the work that we will do in our strategic planning effort that you've charged the Chancellor to do. So those points, which you see noted here on the screen, include the work we're doing with our Unified Accreditation self-study. It includes work that we are doing as well with a new system-wide vendor, looking at enterprise-wide marketing and communications work, and how that ties to not only the strategic planning process, but how we position ourselves in the higher education marketplace through marketing and communication. And then I'll talk through the proposed timeline that you charged us in July, that you charged us to bring back to this meeting. And then, of course, we'll have time for questions and discussion. So the last time that the University of Maine system undertook what you could call a formal strategic planning process was 2004, and that led to the adoption of a plan in 2005. That's not to say the board hasn't provided strategic direction since then. So I want to be clear on that, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But at the time of the 2004-2005 strategic planning effort, you'll see in what I will propose for us going forward here over the next year or two, you'll see a lot of that modeled in how the trustees led the system through strategic planning back in 2004. There was significant trustee involvement at that time with a trustee strategic planning committee, which conducted public sessions for its work. There was all of the stakeholder input that you would expect to see in a strategic planning process from the universities themselves, from their faculty, from other employees, from students, from alumni, from the business communities, from state government. We will have all of that built into the process that we'll talk about. And then the timeline, there is a bit of a divergence here. The timeline of the 2004-2005 effort stretched out over roughly a year and 9 months. We're going to be a little bit longer than that here, but very intentionally so that we are fully aligned with what we're doing with NETCHI in our unified accreditation re-accreditation process, which has a fall 22 evaluation period with NETCHI and a spring 23 reporting period. And I'll talk about that a little bit more further in my presentation. 5 years after the 2004-2005 strategic plan, the university system did what could fairly be called a compressed strategic planning effort that was in many ways very responsive to the 2008-2009 economic recession in the country. That led to a report that the board adopted after public input taken at every one of the universities over the 2008-2009 academic year. That report was called New Challenges and New Directions. So again, not necessarily a full strategic plan. It was not presented as such, but in many ways it was a compressed strategic planning effort. The next significant effort, again, not a full strategic planning process undertaken over a year or two, but a statement of board priorities that were known as strategic outcomes in 2014. That included basic tenets of increasing enrollment, increasing student success and completion, enhancing the system's fiscal stability, and increasing our service to the state of Maine through research and economic development. It included secondary outcomes as well that related to relevant academic programming, tying the academic programming of our systems universities to the economic needs of the state, the workforce needs of the state, the civic needs of our state. And then also how to engage the university's workforce in meeting those priorities. That was the 2014 strategic outcomes, primary and secondary outcomes. 4 years later, at the time that former Chancellor Jim Page announced his retirement, the board prepared a declaration of strategic priorities to address critical state needs. It's the document that you see the icon up on the screen for here. That was a report that restated the primary and secondary outcomes from 2014, but added a renewed focus in specific strategic areas, including workforce development, adult degree completion, research and economic development. Again, making sure that we had market-driven, relevant academic programming in place. And importantly, a request that when the new chancellor was hired, Chancellor Malloy, that we would move in the direction of deciding on an appropriate accreditation model that would help us realize all of these strategic goals. That, of course, led to the unified accreditation request that we made to NETCHI in June of 2020, which, of course, was granted by NETCHI in July of 2020, a little more than a year ago now. So to get a little bit more specific into the other work that our strategic planning work will take place within, we've mentioned several times, and as you well know now, we are engaged in preparing a self-study process for the New England Commission of Higher Education. The self-study's purpose is for us to pause, look at ourselves, and determine how we are meeting the standards for accreditation that NETCHI sets as we prepare for the comprehensive evaluation of our unified accreditation model 1 year from now. Jeff St. John is leading that effort. You've been getting regular reports in our board meetings from him, and you'll hear another report later today in your agenda on the status of the self-study effort. This very much is factoring into our consideration of the timeline and process that we want to follow with strategic planning, because we want to be sure that as we look at ourselves, as we assess how we're meeting the standards of accreditation across the system in a unified way, we want to be sure that we describe a strategic path to our future that meets with what we're finding in our self-study and how we're seeing that we're set up to achieve those strategic priorities looking ahead into our future. So we want very intentional alignment between what the self-study determines and where we're telling NETCHI we can go with unified accreditation. And we are necessarily then building a strategic planning process that will allow us to have that alignment. Another thing that's happening right now that I'd like to turn to Dan Demerit in a minute to describe. I mentioned a minute ago that we have an enterprise marketing and communications vendor for the system now, Vision Point Marketing, who is beginning some brand development work that will look at where we sit in the marketplace, in the higher education marketplace, in terms of perceptions about each of our universities' branding and how we market and communicate with potential students, how we market and communicate about the research and value our public service provides to the state of Maine, to the region, and to the country. And I'd like to ask Dan to briefly describe what that work will entail and then I will return with how we intend to use that to inform the beginning of our strategic planning process.
Thank you, Jim. Earlier this summer, the University of Maine System Marketing Governance Team settled on Vision Point as the enterprise marketing solution for the University of Maine System and its universities, following a request for proposals and review process led by strategic procurement and representing all the campuses. We're going to get started with Vision Point with the University of Maine System, and the governance group unanimously endorsed this approach. With a zero-cost onboarding opportunity for all of our universities to begin working with Vision Point. By zero cost, I mean it's a UMS-funded initiative where Vision Point will be working directly with all the campuses. It'll be a campus-engaged initiative to conduct. We'll be conducting a market perception study, a brand and market audit, listening sessions and workshops on all the campuses, a competitive peer and current state of brand analysis, and a current state brand development platform. At the end of the process, we're going to have a quantitative and qualitative data to strengthen our understanding of external perceptions and where our university brands exist as they are today, and have brand materials that'll help everyone could really speak to where each of the universities stand in the marketplace and see themselves. It was probably best described to me by the vendor. I was working to understand what the whole approach was going to be, and it really succinctly was shared with me as, think about it as less Hunger Games and more Avengers in terms of this positioning matrix that we'll have when we're done with this work. We'll look at where our universities stand and in comparison with each other, and do more complementary things and hopefully less competitive things. So Jim, back to you.
Sure, thanks, Dan. I want to be very clear that the work that Dan just described does not take the place of the strategic planning work. It's merely one item that we will consider at the beginning of the strategic planning effort to really understand not only what we think about ourselves, but how we're perceived in the marketplace, to better set up for achieving the strategic priorities that we identify with the strategic planning process. I raise it here and I ask Dan to talk about it briefly here because we don't want to lose sight of the value that what we learn from the enterprise marketing work done here can very, very much inform some of the early work that we do in the strategic planning process. But I just want to be clear, one does not replace the other. So with all of that, I want to quickly walk through the timeline that's proposed in the materials that you have here. You're familiar with the early parts of what's up on the screen right now. You've already charged the Chancellor to undertake the strategic planning effort. I will serve as the Chancellor's delegate in making sure the project moves forward. We will look to our UMS President's Council to be an executive steering committee and expect that we will form a day-to-day project management team. Up here, I refer to it as the strategic planning core leadership team that we will look to form very soon. We are putting up, I believe, effective today, a strategic planning website that will contain all of the historic documentation that I described earlier in my presentation here, the 2004 strategic plan, related documents, the 2009 new changes, new directions plan, the 2018 declaration of strategic priorities, the unified accreditation documentation that we've planned. All of this is in keeping with the Chancellor's commitment to transparency that we put in place from the very beginning of our unified accreditation work. So we will have that website live today. We will be engaging a strategic planning consultant. Again, I want to be clear that the Vision Point marketing work that Dan Demerit just described is different, but it will inform the work we do with the strategic planning consultant. We've literally finalized the RFP for the strategic planning consultant today, and I believe that's gone live and been posted publicly today as well. The deadline to select a consultant as October 2021 is a hope that may or may not be possible, but we will move it as quickly as possible. And then through the fall, the Chancellor and his system leadership team will be visiting all of the systems universities to talk about the beginning of our strategic planning work and the beginning setting the foundation for all of the input gathering that we'll be doing through the rest of the fall, identifying the stakeholder groups once we get the strategic planning consultant on board, and beginning input sessions from those groups as early as possible. If not by the end of 21, then certainly early in 22. Again, informed by the marketing perception and brand analysis work that Dan Demerit talked about a minute ago. Now, through the first half of 2022, again, continuing the stakeholder input gathering with work from the strategic consultant, strategic planning consultant, our own internal teams. At the same time, we'll be finalizing the NECHI self-study. The Chancellor will go through a round of spring campus visits, and I would expect us to have a first significant report to the board in early 22, sometime in the first half of 22, on how we see the self-study aligning with what we're gathering in our strategic planning input sessions. Again, one of the key points of setting these timelines for strategic planning purposes is that we stay in alignment with the unified accreditation work, comprehensive evaluation, the self-study work that we're doing with NECHI. So that's where we see the very first significant report to the board on how we see that alignment working sometime early in 2022. And note that that's before we complete and submit the self-study to NECHI. And that is purposeful so that the board has confidence when we submit our self-study to NECHI that it is setting up to be perfectly aligned with where we want to go with strategic planning. Through the summer of 22, again, a proposed timeline here. We certainly would expect this timeline to be iterative as we work with our strategic planning consultant and we line up input from all of the stakeholder groups who need to have it. We do think, though, by mid-22, summer 22, we can start to develop what I'm calling the tenets of a draft plan, the pillars, if you will. Some basic strategic visions of what we want this strategic plan to include. That then will inform the Chancellor's fall campus visits in the fall of 22. It's at that point that we will have the comprehensive evaluation visit from the NECHI evaluation team. That is the first formal step of the reaccreditation process under our unified accreditation model. Once we have debriefing from that visit, we would intend to update the strategic plan pillars, the tenets that I described, and start working to draft the real strategic plan. And then as we close out 22 and are in early 23, we'd be in a position to start sharing the draft plan with the UMS community for input. We would expect to preview it as well with state leaders at that point. And by the way, state leaders would have had input throughout 2022 as we're forming the tenets of the plan to begin with. And then finally, going through early 23, another round of visits from the Chancellor and his team with all of the universities, confirming where we stand with unified accreditation with NECHI, getting our first 5-year reaccreditation letter with NECHI that will publicly advise us what NECHI believes we should focus on from an accreditation standpoint, and then a final alignment of all of that with our strategic plan in its draft and developed stage that we can then finalize through the summer and present publicly a final plan in the fall of 23. So obviously there's a lot of content there. There is a lot of alignment to be done with the unified accreditation work with NETCHI. And we really appreciate the board's engagement and engagement through the process. And I will pause there and certainly look forward to your questions or discussion.
Thank you, Jim. Questions or comments for Jim and the Chancellor in terms of this information?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I wonder, this is terrific, I think long overdue. I'm concerned, the timetable is understandable given the need to get considerable input. I think we have to remind ourselves over and over again that NETCHI, as we have come to understand, that unified accreditation is a tool, not a vision, so that we want to make sure that the vision drives the work. But I'm wondering, and certainly not for discussion today, given our agenda, but if the board might want to do some 1-page or 2-page, to look back at that work in 2014 and 2018, to set some principles for ourselves for the 2 years until we get to the strategic plan. Absent that strategic plan, I'm always struck that we don't really have, what are the criteria against which we weigh our decisions to approve academic programming, to approve spending, to approve infrastructure changes. And I wonder if there might be some shorthanded way we could develop some principles that would be supportive of long-range strategic planning, but still give us a little bit of something and to give the system something about what will guide our decisions. And I would put it on our agenda for future thought, recognizing the time today. But I'm just thinking of a way to support fully and heartily the strategic planning activity, but also give the board and the public and the system itself enough knowledge about how we're going to be making decisions in the interim. And it feels, we're very ad hoc, and it feels like we need some kind of guiding principles or to revisit those that we had before.
Yeah. Thank you. That's good points, and it may actually fall into some of the work that could be done by the next item, which would be the ad hoc committee made up of board trustees, you being one of them, that would, work with and be close with this strategic work. So it may be something we could take up there and then bring it back to the board. Any other? Trustee Ron.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardner. And as the Chancellor alluded to earlier, I've been sort of the burr under the saddle about this issue now for a while. And I certainly want to thank the Chancellor and his team for the thoroughness of the thought that's gone into this to get this process started. I think it's really carefully considered, which is really important. I think the decision to go with an outside consultant is critical. We need somebody to force us to broaden our perspectives about what our future looks like. Well, all of us need that. I think that I also applaud the coordination with the branding information and exercise. I think that's going to be really important, as long as we make sure that the strategy drives the branding and not vice versa. I think the inclusivity of this process is terrific. It's what our policy calls for, and it's absolutely the right process for the system to do. I have a few caveats, and I just want to go on the record. This is not in any way suggesting that I don't support this. I do, but I think there are a few things about it that I think that the public ought to hear how at least some board members may feel about some of the aspects of this. And as we go forward, we're going to want to be mindful of. First of all, and I'll preface this by saying that we have a terrific relationship with our accreditors. And Jim Thalen and the Chancellor are hugely responsible for that. I think that's really important, and we want to continue that relationship. But I want to say that ultimately, as fiduciary, the fiduciary for this system is not NETCHI, it's this board. And it's our job as fiduciaries to see that we are in compliance with NETCHI standards. But it's not NETCHI's job to make sure that they sign off or endorse on our strategic plan. And I just want to make sure we keep in mind where the ultimate responsibility and accountability lies for this plan. And so while I think we should absolutely work with NETGE going forward, and I think having an iterative process with our accreditors in which we do our best to align our strategic plan with their review of our accreditation in the long-term look that they're going to take in 2022. I don't think that NETGE wants to be providing us with strategic planning advice. I think we have to own that. And while what they think about the way we're approaching unified accreditation is very important, and we're going to comply with whatever they tell us to comply with, I want to make sure we know that the strategic planning is really fundamentally a different question, and we don't lose sight of that. The second point I want to make is a thing that concerns me about this a bit, and I think Trustee Riley touched on it a little bit, which is the timing. And it may be necessary to use all of that time to get where we need to go. It's a big undertaking. It can't be done on the cheap or on the fly, and I respect that. But we're looking at now 2 more budget cycles without a strategic plan. We're looking at many decisions that will involve lots of money on questions about infrastructure, hiring, and things like that, and commitments that can't be undone easily if 2 years from now we come up with a plan that really is not consistent with many decisions that will be made over the next 2 years. And so I think that goes right to your point, Trustee Riley, about how do we try to get ourselves pointing to make sure the decisions we make between now and the time this plan is adopted are as aligned as possible, even though we can't predict exactly what this plan is going to look like. I think that's a critical question. And I, as I think the Chancellor knows and others know, I feel we need yardsticks, we need metrics, we need a vision about what we need to look like to be relevant and accessible and affordable and fiscally sound. And everything we do now will impact that. So we have to act as if we had a strategic plan even before we get there in many ways. And I want to encourage people to try to think through that lens. And I guess I'll stop there. That's more than enough. But I think those are really important concepts that I just want to put on the table as we go forward with this process.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, it's Emily. Sorry. So I think this is great. When I came on the board, which seems like a lifetime ago, but I've never been in the same room as any of you. So it wasn't that long ago. It was the very first week of the pandemic. We were talking about a lot of this then even, and about the need to ground ourselves in more process and more of a strategic vision. And it's exciting to see us at this point. I will say, looking at this over, it's hard for me to imagine the timeline being shorter, but in order for it to really be inclusive and meaningful. But what I will say, I think there are some things we could do in the short term. And it may be just how we interact with the consultant who gets hired. I would say, because we know that the board has this desire and understandable need to be strategic all of the time, and we don't want to sit around and act like we don't have some sort of strategy before we get to the end of this process, it might be worthwhile to structure with a consultant a first portion of it that involves, interviews or a survey of the Board of Trustees specifically, to provide an initial set of where is their consensus around what sort of strategic principles we might apply to this roadmap as we then go forward. I would just suggest that be included in the list of things that you discuss with the consultant, is sort of the intermittent time period, because ultimately, the way I see it, any strategic planning document is a living, breathing document. I mean, there are so many organizations that had strategic planning documents that were finished right before the pandemic, that the pandemic jettisoned in a lot of ways. But if they were really good documents, they survived because you can still apply those principles. And so it may be worthwhile, through the combination of the ad hoc committee and also in discussing with this desire of this board with the consultant to do an initial, again, survey or initial quick round of interviews with board members to get those guiding principles in place, knowing that they will be tested and tried out during the process before they're finalized, but it may give us an initial sense of an anchoring place as we do our work in the intervening time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Emily. All very good points. I know of two other trustees that want to say something. The first one I see is Trustee McMahon. I'll go to him next, and then I think Trustee Donnelly also had his hand up. So, Trustee McMahon.
Thank you. I would just have three very simple pleas to Jim Thaler and the Chancellor. My first plea would be, let's make sure the final document has brevity, clarity, and measurable objectives. My second plea would be that that document has a regular, maybe annual or whatever, assessment of progress towards the objectives built into it. And my third plea would be that the document also has provision for assessment of the objectives, the strategic goals, the strategic objectives on a regular basis. I mean, I hate to play the old card, but I am old and I've seen too many strategic plans. They weigh between 15 and 20 pounds. They don't go into a decent binder. They get put on the shelf and they don't get used. I'd like to think we could break the mold here and let's see if we can do something. I suppose it's too much of a challenge to ask to do it on one piece of paper, but maybe 2 or 3 pieces of paper so that everybody reads it. Or maybe people carry it in a card in their wallet, or it's on everybody's office wall in a simple frame. But let's try and see how creatively we can be to make something that's brief, concise, to the point, measurable, and useful.
Yep, all very good points. Thank you. Yes,
Chair. I just want to say that I appreciate all of the comments that have been made and given. I also want to assure you that other documents that the trustees have provided us with in the past continue to be referenced on a regular basis. And I would also say, most particularly, the imperative document that was developed shortly before I got here, which I studied extensively and continue to reference from time to time. So I think input is absolutely important. I will be on campuses relatively shortly, honoring a pledge to get everywhere every semester. And this certainly will be a point that will be discussed, I'm sure, with faculty, staff, and others as well. But it is important that it be seen ultimately as a document which folks have good input into.
Very important. I think Trustee Vice Chair Donnelly had his hand up, so I'll go. Jim, do you have something?
I was just going to, it might be a little redundant now because it's always dangerous speaking after David and the Chancellor. But David's, you can see why he was so successful in his career of boiling down what's important so people could actually remember it. And I've always looked at strategic planning like that. It's the high level guidance. You can get all the detail you want behind that one page on how you tactically do it, but strategically, what do we agree on and what's our guiding principles going forward so that people can repeat it. And when we're making decisions, decide on, does this fit or not fit? And if we're willfully going off of that, you at least are knowingly doing it. I just want to say that I am looking forward to the shared governance process we're going to go through. And I know it will be grueling and too long for people as impatient as myself and some of the trustees who want to move very fast to what's next. I'm excited about having that parallel track of being one of the first in the country, the first in the country, to the unified accreditation. and what we can do when we do these two things at the same time. If we do it right, we're going to be setting up this university system for a lot of success in the future. And so I, for one, am very much excited about the ad hoc and the formal process. I don't expect NETCHI to guide us, but I do expect that they will be accrediting us in the future. And so in walking hand in glove or walking hand in hand together with them down this process will help us be more successful down the road. So I'm excited about where we're at. I like the big thinking we're doing, and I love Trustee McMahon's, let's boil it down to a very small document so that everybody understands where we're going.
Thank you, Trustee Donnelly. Very good. If there's no other comments or questions, what I'll do is read the text of the proposed resolution and then call for a motion for that. The text reads that the University of Maine System Board of Trustees accepts the Chancellor's initial proposed strategic planning timeline and process recommendations, and authorizes that all work necessary be undertaken to complete a strategic plan according to the proposed timeline in compliance with all applicable board and UMS policies and in keeping with board's July 26, 2021 resolution of strategic planning charge.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Kane and seconded by Trustee Donnelly. Could we take a roll call, please, on this vote?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Great. Well, very good. That's good. So our next action item is tab 6, which we've moved the order around a little bit because it made more sense to come right here after this particular prior discussion. And that is the establishment of an ad hoc committee made up of board members to work with the strategic planning process. And we've already talked a fair amount about that, and there's quite a lot of work in this planning, and there'll be a need for the chancellor and actually the entire system to have regular and frequent ability to work with some of the trustees and help move this along, and trustees to work with the full board. So the proposal here is that we will kind of formalize what we did last year with the 4 members that were there and add 2 more members to them in an ad hoc committee, which is supported by our bylaws. And that ad hoc committee would be made up of Trustee Irwin, Trustee Donnelly, Trustee Riley, myself, and 2 more board of trustee members. And I've asked two if they would be interested in doing it, and I got an affirmative to that. So the Trustee Ames will also participate in this going forward, and Trustee Cates will join us in this work. I've also asked that for the year that's left for the upcoming year, I should say, and then Trustee Irwin and myself will both term out in terms of our time on the board. But for that period of time and continue the great leadership that he's given this effort, I've asked Trustee Irwin to chair the committee as we move through the rest of this year. So if there are any questions or on that, I'd take them. Otherwise, I would go right to the resolution and read that. Seeing none, I'll read that the proposed resolution is that the Board of Trustees agrees to establish an ad hoc committee on strategic planning. And could I have someone move that, please?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Trustee Riley, a second.
second,
Second by Trustee Rotundo. Ellen, could you take a vote?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo.
yes.
The motion is carried.
Good. Thank you. Very good. Well, that gives us a good start on a lot of work in front of us, and appreciate everybody's willingness to tackle it and take it on. And it's very important, as we heard in the prior discussion. So now we'll move to the action items and continue on. Tab 5 will be the charge to the University of Maine Augusta Presidential Search Committee. And I believe Vice Chancellor Thalen is going to start that discussion.
Yes, thank you, Chair Gardner. As you know, with President Rebecca Weich's departure from the University of Maine at Augusta, we've named Provost Joe Zakis to be interim president for the next year while we launch a national search for the next president at the University of Maine at Augusta. The board has a very important role in selecting the next president, including by having 3 trustees serve on the search committee, one of whom, Trustee Bartholomew, will chair the search committee. By board policy, we've been working in the background to identify representatives from UMA's various constituencies, faculty, academic administration, hourly and salaried staff, students, Board of Visitors, alumni, community members. We're working to identify the representatives from those groups who will be on the search committee. And then the chancellor will have 2 appointments. He makes the appointment of the UMA community representative and then also a system representative. So when we have all of that final, that group will take the charge that is in front of you in your written materials that you'll be asked to vote upon momentarily to begin to do the work that leads to the posting of the presidential profile and prospectus for this position. So in many ways, what you're doing is formally launching the search and asking the committee itself, meeting with the chancellor to finalize the profile, the expected characteristics, what we want from the University of Maine at Augusta president in our unified accreditation environment. And Chair Gardner, I would note that it's certainly appropriate for you to lead any discussion that you feel is appropriate here today about what we want to see in that. But the work of the committee is what begins with the charge that you approve today to go forward and finalize that profile, get the position posted, and go through the search process to identify the next leader at UMA.
Right. All righty, thank you. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment at this time in terms of the search committee and their objectives?
Chair Gardner, my only comment would be it's a wonderful opportunity to select a leader that will align with the most appropriate efforts we're working through here on the campuses, and also to really sit back for a minute and develop a presidential search profile and define those characteristics, as earlier mentioned, that will really aid our efforts to unify, accredit the system, and continue that work. Thank you.
Thanks. All set. Anybody else? All right. What I'll do is read the text of the resolution and then ask for a motion to move it. The proposed resolution reads that the Board of Trustees approves the preferred characteristics and priorities of the University of Maine at Augusta's presidential search as discussed, which will be further developed by the Presidential Search Committee and selected search consultant in a presidential profile to be used for a national search. When charging the committee, Chancellor Malloy will transmit the University of Maine System's Board of Trustees preferred characteristics and priorities to the search committee and search consultant for use in describing the position and guiding the work of recommending the final candidates to the University of Maine Augusta's next president to the Chancellor Malloy and to the board. Could I have a motion to move that?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Chair Donnelly. Do we have a second? Seconded by Trustee Doak. Ellen, could you take a roll call? Roll, please.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Eames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner. You're on
Yes.
mute.
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Okay.
You're muted, sir.
I thought I'd unmuted it. We'll go to tab 7, University of Maine at Farmington's credit hour change, which is one of the products of some of the strategic work they've already started at their campus. And I'm going to turn this over to Vice Chancellor Thielen and President Cerna.
And I'll turn right to President Cerna and note too that Vice Chancellor Placido has done a lot of work with the university on this as well. And I'll look to both of them to present the item, which had been previously heard at the Academic and Student Affairs Committee.
Thanks, Jim. Just quickly, I wanted to express my gratitude and admiration of President Cerna, Provost Brown, and all their faculty and staff who've engaged over the past year, earnestly trying to figure out their situation and what the best path forward is. I think what they're requesting of you today and the going from 4 to 3 credit hours is the right move. I certainly support it. We've had lots of people come in and study and help us understand this. This will be a great step in the right direction for them to turn around their competitive advantage for one thing. And but I also understand the work that's going to be involved, and so they're coming forward today requesting your support in this change, knowing full well that it's going to be a big effort for them. So much respect and gratitude.
Wow, with introduction like that, I don't know what more I can say before I hand it over to Eric. There was a great conversation around strategic planning earlier, and I do want to make the comment for context for the board that University of Maine at Farmington did undertake a year-long strategic planning process. I could give you a lot of jargon to explain it, but I think you've had enough of that today. What I will say is we had the benefit and the luxury of initiating our process in a post-unified accreditation environment. So we could really look at artifacts and the evolving thinking around that and really use that to inform our strategic plan. We were also very sensitive to how we see the University of Maine system evolving. And while that's still a work in progress, it really helped inform our decision about what it means to be a strategic university that can be nimble to move with the system in that way. One of the recommendations that came out of the strategic planning process in the spring was a recommendation from our strategic planning consultants that the university should transition away from the 4 credit hour system that it had adopted about 15 years ago and back to a 3 credit hour system. This was really being driven by the need for the University of Maine at Farmington to be in better alignment with its sister campuses, and also to fully realize the potential benefits of unified accreditation. So that was brought forward as a recommendation by our consultants in the spring. There was some spirited discussion on campus about that in May, and the campus ultimately decided to accept that recommendation, and some preliminary work began over this summer. And with that, I'll hand it over to Eric.
Thank you, President Cerna, Chair Gardner, trustees. I want to just acknowledge here at the start as well, in the spirit of what Vice Chancellor Placido just said, that this has been a group effort all along the way here. We had tremendous support from the Chancellor, from his team, Robert Placido, Jim Thalen, Ryan Lowe. This has been, as President Cerna said, something that has stretched back really well into last year and was part of our own strategic planning process. I hope that you'll take it today in the spirit, I think, of what Trustee Riley was saying, that this is a good example of us not sitting on our hands for 2 years, but taking an initiative here that we feel like is consonant with the direction of the board and with the system. So I'll offer just a little bit of context, additional context here, and then I think we can open it up for questions if there are any. And actually, Vice Chancellor Thalen's earlier presentation is a good framing for this, because this goes back, the 4-credit curriculum at UMF goes back, in fact, to that strategic plan that was developed in 2004, 2005, when the drift of the system was really towards mission differentiation, towards individuating campuses. And at the time, it made a lot of sense for the trustees at that moment to approve a campus like UMF, doubling down on its liberal arts profile, creating a curriculum and a structure that was unique in the system, and clearly with a number of shifts over the years and the present movement under unified accreditation towards greater alignment, opening up opportunities for multi-campus collaborations, coordinating with the early college initiatives, being more transfer friendly. It really no longer does make sense for us to have a 4-credit curriculum that in some ways, potentially at least, isolates us from these larger movements. So we have, even just over this past summer, developed some draft plans and a number of different programs. I would say actually at this moment, somewhere around 20% of our academic programs have already devised draft plans for this conversion. But just to give you a quick sense of the magnitude here, it is a significant and substantial change. We're going to be revising every academic program necessarily here. So that includes all majors, all minors, all certificates. If we have articulation agreements with other institutions, those will as well have to be revised. So it is extensive in that regard. In its breadth, in its depth, it is extensive because it also gives UMF an opportunity to do what, as President Hadeen was describing earlier, in terms of programs for examination and looking at specific program data and looking at best practices in the discipline. It gives the university a chance to go through that with real across the board, with, again, really universally every program, to think about, is this the right content? Is this the best program? Is this the best product that we can put forward for our students? And what are the opportunities to branch out, to use and leverage the resources of other campuses around the system in ways that we hadn't been able to really fully consider before? So there's a lot of opportunity there to come out on the other side of this, not just aligned in terms of kind of computational credit hours, but in really rethinking thoroughly and reinvigorating and innovating around what we do, again, across the board. We're looking to implement this fall of 2023. So if you work backwards from that, you know the way that academic calendars are structured, it really means that a fall schedule has to be, that fall 23 schedule needs to be essentially uploaded and on the books very early in 2023, January, February at the latest, so that students can enroll, so that we can make plans for course cycling and all of that. And if you back up a little bit further than that, it really means then that the bulk of this revision needs to be completed effectively by the end of the 2022 calendar year. So that is a fairly aggressive timeline here to think about really between now and then, a little more than 14 months or so. The summer is a time where there's an opportunity to do some work on this. But faculty are also off contract, so there's a balance to be struck there. So it does mean a lot of dedication to this effort, certainly for this academic year and beyond into 2022 to hit that target of implementation in fall of 23. I know that when we presented this to the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Trustee Gardner had a great question about, what is the impact going to be on our students? How will that be taken care of and maintained? We do have the benefit of, at least some of us, myself included, of having gone through the transition in the other direction. So I was at UMF when we went from 3 credits to 4 credits. And there were plenty of lessons to be learned during that process. One of the ways that we accommodated students, and we are committed to fully accommodating all of our students as we go through this, was to create individualized graduation plans, transition plans, that made sure that students, if anything, benefited from the change. That their graduation in some cases might have been accelerated, or at least that we were able to balance the needs that they had in terms of course offerings with equivalencies when needed, just making sure that at every step of this, that students will be individually taken care of through their advisor network and through the curriculum planning that we do to make sure that this doesn't have any impact on their graduation timelines, on the availability of requirements that they might have. So that's really at the very top of the priority list here as we go forward. So I think with that, I'll close shop myself, and if there are any questions for either me or for President Cerna, try to answer them.
Thank you, Eric. And President Cerna, any questions or comments on this action item? All right, I don't see any. So I'll read the resolution and look for a motion to move it. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves the request from the University of Maine Farmington to move to a 3-credit system effective immediately, although we did hear that the transition is about a year worth of work, or more than a year. I have a motion to move it.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Ehrman and seconded by Trustee Bartholomew. Ellen, could you take a roll call vote?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay.
Good. Thank you all.
Welcome. Okay, we're now moving to tab 8, which is the confirmation of a faculty and student representatives to the Board of Trustees. We have one faculty representative and one student representative that will be discussed today. I'm going to turn it to the Vice Chancellor and President Fernie Monday and Dean Softly to cover these two. I see Dean Softly.
I don't see President Fernie Monday. I'm
Falling, going to take care of that.
Pardon, Ellen?
I believe Provost Fallen was going to.
Oh, that's right.
cover
Okay.
for
Thank you
Joan.
for reminding. Yes, Provost Fallen is going to do it because came at a time when President Bernie Mundy had to step away. So we'll, there's Provost Fallen right there. So he will do it, and Dean Softly.
John, I defer to you first.
Okay, thank you very much. This is, to give a little background, this is for our, to recommend faculty nominations by the president for Michael Scott from the University of Maine here, appointed to a 2-year term starting September 21st, September 21 to September 23. And I believe you're going to, Dean Softly, you're going to.
So I am delighted to recommend Valentina Annunziata as the law school student representative to the Board of Trustees. Valentina is a summa cum laude graduate of the University of Maine at Presque Isle, where she majored in criminal justice and minored in pre-law studies and sociology. She was also a member of the NCAA Nordic ski team. Notably, she has already undertaken impressive scholarship as a Maine policy scholar at the Margaret Chase Smith Policy Center, and she speaks very highly of her time at UMPI. She's now a 2L at Maine Law, having accomplished her 1L year in COVID lockdown. She's a 2L representative on the Student Bar Association and in leadership in the Women's Law Association. And we are proud to have Valentina at Maine Law and highly recommend her for the law school's student representative.
All righty. I'll read the, unless there's any questions or comments from anybody. I don't see any. I'll read the resolution, and that is that the Board of Trustees approves the appointment of the faculty and student representatives to the Board of Trustees as presented. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee
Second.
Donnelly. Got a second?
Second.
Trustee Doak and Ellen, could you do a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay, good. Very good. Welcome to representation on the Board of Trustees, faculty and student. The next topic we have is tab 9, is tenure at hire for Professor of Education and Human Development at the University of Maine. And I think again, President Bernie Mundy might be away at this moment, and John, you're going to cover it.
That's right.
Mind if I introduce John?
Sorry.
Go right ahead.
So in addition to just welcoming Doctors Bishop and O'Reilly, I want to congratulate the University of Maine for recruiting such high caliber academic leaders. You may not know, but there's a great deal of transition going on in higher ed right now, and it's causing intense competition to attract and retain candidates. Signing these candidates is a testament to the University of Maine's national reputation and gives us confidence that the University of Maine is on track to gaining its Tier 1 status. As a funny side note, I've had more than one phone call from someone wanting me to arrange time to get to know Dr. O'Reilly. So, I mean, this is, they're like academic celebrities. So good job, John.
Oh, thank you so much, Robert, and thank you, Chairman Gardner. It is my pleasure to recommend Dr. Penny Bishop for tenure and at the rank of professor. So Dr. Bishop has spent more than 20 years as a faculty member at the University of Vermont. She focuses on middle level education of undergraduate and graduate programs. During that time, she served 8 years as director of middle level teacher education. She was 8 years also as the founding director of the Tarrant Institute for Innovative Education, and has served as the associate dean also while she was at the University of Vermont for Faculty Affairs and Innovation since 2014. Her academic career, she's received several outstanding professional teaching and faculty awards. She's published and presented extensively, not only across the Northeast, but throughout the nation and internationally as well. She's served on multiple university, state, regional, international committees, editorial boards, manuscript reviews, and council memberships. So thank you for your consideration. As Robert said, we're very excited about all the deans that we were able to recruit this year.
All right. I'll read the resolution. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves tenure at rank of professor for the Education and Human Development to Dr. Penny Bishop with tenure to be effective July 1st, 2021. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Rotundo. Second.
Second.
By Trustee Eames. Ellen, could you take a roll call vote?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Sorry, had a hard time with my mute button. Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Good. And we have one more. You talked a little bit about it, but we'll have tab 9, which is a tenure for hire for the professor in Maine School of Business at the University of Maine. I don't know, Provost Volin, do you have some more you would like to say?
Yes, I'd be happy to, and thank you again. So it is my pleasure to recommend Dr. Norm O'Reilly for tenure at the rank of professor as well. He has progressed from his career as an assistant and associate professor at Laurentian University, eventually became an associate professor at Syracuse. He was a professor of business at Ohio University, and most recently he was a professor at the Lang School of Business and Economics at the University of Guelph. His past administrative positions, he served as a department chair, as a vice dean, as an assistant dean, and he was the founding director of the Institute for Sport, Business, and Leadership at the University of Guelph. In his academic career, he's received several outstanding professional and faculty awards. His scholarship in the field of sport management yields publications in high-impact journal outlets. He is an award-winning researcher. He has 16 books, 145 peer-reviewed journal articles, and over 450 conference presentations. Like Dean Bishop, his research and scholarly activity, I think, far exceed that standards for tenure in his area. And so thank you for your consideration for both Deans Bishop and O'Reilly.
Thank you, Provost. I'll read the text of both resolution and then look for a motion that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves tenure at the rank of professor in the Maine School of Business to Dr. Norman J. O'Reilly with tenure to be effective July 1st, 2021.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kane. Do I have a second?
Second. Second.
Oh, sorry, Trustee Rotundo. Yes, thank you. Ellen, could you take a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Unmuted, yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. Very good. That's two very talented and professors and deans now that you have. That's good. Very good. Let's move to tab number 11. This is the 304th Street renovation, renovation and fit out of the University of Maine and Maine School of Law. And it says here that I know Dean Shoffley will want to talk about this and will, but Vice Chancellor Thalen, do you have something to here?
Only to welcome Dean Softly again and invite the Chancellor to provide any opening remarks.
Okay.
Thank you. It's great to be able to speak about this issue. You have previously approved the lease and an option to purchase. The lease having a term that can extend 10 years, an option of purchase is accorded in that lease agreement. This is as a result, I suspect, of market conditions caused by COVID, and this property became available. It is quite significant, relatively new in building terms of about 20 years, but has received extensive renovations and improvements in the past. But it was not set up to be an academic building in the traditional sense, and other systems such as IT need to be upgraded for that purpose. And I'm going to leave the description of that to Dean Softly in a moment or two. But I do also want to make another point, and that is that the building currently occupied by the law school is an older building in the I think 67, 68 period of time. It's a round building. It has therefore maximum exposure to the elements. The window systems and roofing systems are in a difficult shape. The air system is in difficult shape. As of last week, the sewage piping system is in difficult shape. A decision, I think, was made wisely by the board to pursue an alternative as rapidly as possible, rather than investing millions of dollars to stretch the use of that building by some 2 to 5 years. Although this is a substantial investment, it is backed by our ability to acquire the building should we desire to do that, and at substantially lower rates than were available for rental or would be in the past, or would be if we had to vacate the current building on an emergency basis. With all of that, I would thank Dean Softly and others, and she'll thank those others as well. Lots of people working very hard on this. Under perfect conditions, we would have loved to have been in the building at the start of the academic year. But the mere presence of the potential of a new home to the law school, I think, helped the dean attract the largest class in some period of time to the school, and an increased overall population of the school, and it is going on the right track. It will also be the home of other programs, not the least of which is an MBA program, which I think now is in excess of 400 students, Humane Foundation, and some other offices that will be there. This is a large investment. I do not deny that. But if we were to attempt to, on an emergency basis, go to the market, or for that matter, to build this building, it would be far, far, far more expensive than the undertaking that we have on a lease basis, a purchase basis if we opt for that, and a temporary basis if we needed to do so under emergency conditions. Lee Softly, if that's not a good introduction, you can call me at the end of the meeting and complain.
Thank you. You know, I always do, Chancellor. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And I really do have to thank so many people who have been hugely supportive. I won't go back through the whole history before we got here, but I will tell you that The university system itself has been searching for a new building for over 16 years. And during that time, there's been really no maintenance on the building we're in. It is crumbling, it's falling apart around us. So not only will the move to this new building avoid spending scarce dollars on a building that's going to crumble anyway, but the building that we are moving to is really leaps and bounds ahead of where we are now. And moving quickly to take advantage of this incredible building is going to be a game changer for the law school and for the university itself. And I'm just really excited about this opportunity and grateful for the support that we've received from everyone, the board, the chancellor, and all of the lawyers who have had to figure out how to make all this come together. We're working with CHA as architects and with Consigli as the construction manager at risk, and all of those matters are coming together quickly. So let me just give you a quick overview of where we are on the major efforts that have to be accomplished to get us into the building, and then I'm happy to take questions. The city has approved the change of use application. That was approved in August. The university took occupancy at the end of the week last week, so I will get formal keys to the building this week. We have secured parking for almost everybody and are wrapping up the final parking contracts to assure that faculty, staff, and students will have a place to park. The wonderful news about the building is that it is right in the middle of a thriving city. It's near the courts, it's near businesses, it's near a very busy port. And the challenging part is that it is in the middle of a city. So we undertook to make sure that we were going to have parking availability for everyone from the very beginning. We're really excited about the progress so far. But as we have brought Consigli on, I asked them to take a look at two really critical issues. One is timing and the other is cost. With regard to timing, we had hoped to get into the building on January 18th, which is the start of the new semester. We still have hopes that that could happen, but we want to do this right, and we may be a few weeks late getting in. As for costs, you have before you a request to authorize the expense of up to $6 million in renovating this building to make sure that it is up to speed on all the wonderful things we want to do there. The first $1 million of that $6 million, I'm happy to say, has already been donated through Bobby Monks and Bonnie Porta, and the remaining we are working to assure we have available as we move forward. We are, in fact, planning this building as a flexible building so that as educational needs change in the future, we can change the way the building responds to our students. And we are working very hard to make sure that it has all of the technology that will help us with the various distance learning programs, with all of the cross-disciplinary work that's going on, and that will allow us all to be really present for our students as education changes and as we work to make sure they go out into vibrant jobs. I just want to say, as I close, that the building is itself an example of collaboration, cross-disciplinary work. In the building, along with the law school, will be the Graduate and Professional Center, the Graduate School of Business, that's the MBA. You just heard about Dean Norm O'Reilly, who, by the way, is a wonderful professional partner, lots of great ideas. And it will also house the University of Maine Gateway with Pips Veazey, who is the director of the Gateway, and the new College of Engineering, Computing, and Information Sciences, along with the University of Maine Foundation. With all of those entities in the building and the opportunity for conferences, there will be an innovation hub. There will be multiple classrooms that can be used for multiple purposes. We think this is going to be a really wonderful move forward for the university system, and I'm asking for your support. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Sounds exciting, and I know we've gone through it quite a few times. And are there any questions or any comments from the trustees on this particular building? No, great. All right, seeing none.
Trustee Gardner, I apologize. I was stuck. I wanted to link this back to the presentation we heard earlier on the privacy program at the University of Maine Law School. And because I think that represents an important piece of the future of legal education. It's interdisciplinary, it's specialized, it's a value add to a traditional JD. And so the law school is going in a direction where it has a great opportunity in front of it, but it is being held back, obviously, by a terrible facility. And I just think the board's commitment to the law school, which we were very clear about earlier this year, makes this the next logical step. And in spite of the expense, which is definitely significant, in the long run, we're going to be money ahead by doing this. And more importantly, this is the path forward if we're going to have that law school that is really an example of what the future of legal education looks like. So I just want to thank Dean Softly for her leadership on this and just speak strongly in favor of this.
Very good.
Thank you, Trustee Irwin.
Any others? All right, I'll read the resolution and call for a motion. That the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine and the University of Maine School of Law, acting through the University of Maine system, to expend $6 million for design, permitting, and initial fit out of the space at 300 4th Street, Portland. The funding sources will be gifts and other sources as identified by Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration and the Treasurer and the Chancellor. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Eames.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Doak, I saw first. And Ellen, could you take a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Sorry, yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Very good. All right, a lot of work, but it's good progress. So keep moving on it. Our next set of action items are the 4 collective bargaining agreements. And what I think we'll do, Vice Chancellor Thielen is going to cover these. Could you maybe just go cover each one sequentially, and you're covering the update of it, and then after you complete that, I'll just come back and we'll just do the motions one at a time right after that. But maybe cover all 4 while you're up and talking about it.
Sure, Chair Gardner, I'm happy to do that. I will make my remarks relatively brief. We took the opportunity, an appropriate opportunity, I would note, under the Freedom of Access Act, to have a confidential briefing in executive session. But I'll note here publicly the purpose of the actions that are before you in the next 4 tabs is to carry out board policy that requires the Board of Trustees to approve all collective bargaining agreement settlements. So the specific actions that you have in front of you in 4 separate tabs is to approve contract settlements that the University of Maine System Bargaining Team on behalf of the Chancellor have negotiated now and finalized with 4 of our labor units. I'll explain each of the 4 settlements in a brief summary fashion in a moment. The resolutions are all the same in that they authorize the Chancellor, acting on behalf of the board, to execute the final contract settlements with each of these labor units when those settlements have been ratified by the employees themselves. So we're not putting the board in a position where we could authorize approval of the contracts and then have the employees reject the contract settlements afterwards. That your approval is conditioned on the employee groups each ratifying the contract settlements that we've reached with their labor unit leaders. So I just wanted to be clear on what the purpose and effect of each of the 4 resolutions is in front of you. Before I do that too, I want to take an opportunity that I've already taken with the Human Resource and Labor Relations Committee. This is the first time the full board has met since Loretta Shields started working with the University of Maine system. Many of you know that we've been in a multi-year transition in the role of Chief Human Resource Officer since Mark Schmeltz left the system more than 2 years ago. We went through a period of interim leadership. We had 1 failed search. We went through another year of leadership from the registry where we had an interim Chief Human Resource Officer, Carol Corcoran, who many of you remember was with us over the last year. And we've now we've concluded a successful search and we hope a successful onboarding of a new Chief Human Resource Officer, Loretta Shields. And she has been on the screen with us here today. So I wanted to note her presence and her new leadership position within the system. She comes to us having spent more than half of a long career in human resources in higher education, including at Kent State University, University of South Carolina, and most recently at the New College of Florida, which is a public liberal arts college in Florida that is connected with the public higher education system there. So I wanted to take a moment, and I appreciate the opportunity, Chair Gardner. I know we didn't discuss that in advance, but
I was going to ask you if you anyway. So good.
No, I'm happy to, and not to put her on the spot, but I do want to call out Loretta's presence with us here today.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for having me. I'm excited about being on board, and I'm looking forward to working with you all as we go through the strategic planning process and as well as the accreditation. And I'm just excited to be here and looking forward to working with you all. So thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Loretta. And thanks again, Chair Gardner, for indulging us to make that important introduction to the board. So again, we have 4 contract settlements to briefly summarize here for you today and ask you to authorize the Chancellor to execute each of these contracts when they've been ratified by the respective labor unit. They are with our salaried represented workforce, which is part of a unit we call UMSA, the hourly represented workforce, part of a unit we call AXM, our police unit, the Fraternal Order of Police. Recall that we have represented police at 3 of our campuses, the University of Maine, the University of Southern Maine, and the University of Maine Farmington. And then finally, our service and maintenance employees labor unit represented by the Teamsters. I will first summarize settlements that are broadly applicable to both the AXM unit, that's the hourly represented workforce, and the Teamsters unit, the service and maintenance workforce. In each of those contract settlements, there are across the board wage increases of 2% in FY22 and 2.5% in FY23. Importantly, in each of those contract settlements, we also agreed to increase the minimum hourly wage paid to entry-level workers in those units to $15 an hour. And then there were corresponding increases to raise the wage scale to recognize $15 as the new minimum entry point, which is a wage scale adjustment of roughly $2.25 an hour. The labor team, but not only the labor team, also all the way up through our President's Council, greatly appreciated as we worked through contract negotiations the incredible difficulties we were having with employee recruitment and retention because of vastly lower than marketplace wage rates. So the $15 an hour minimum within these units is a targeted effort to help with recruitment and retention of those workforces in those units, and was a significant basis of the two contract settlements that I described. I'd like to briefly summarize the wage and salary increases in the other two units because they're a bit different than the two I just described. And then I'll summarize some basic benefit level increases that we negotiated across all four contracts. So with the police, we again made targeted efforts and investments in our wage scale agreements, recognizing that at the officers, security guards, and dispatch level, we were significantly below state hourly wages in those employee classifications. And it was having such great impact that we were unable to recruit new employees into our police openings. As an example, the University of Maine posted a police officer position earlier this year and did not receive a single applicant. So there are general across the board increases in that unit, as well as increases to benefits like retirement contributions, health and wellness incentives, shift differentials, and then increases to the wage rates to bring police officers, security guards, and dispatchers in par or on par with state averages for those hourly wages for those employee classifications. So that's a summary of the economic component of the police unit settlement. And then finally, the salaried represented workforce, the UMSA unit. We negotiated 3% across the board increases in both FY22 and FY23, and then a 1.5% cohort increase, which essentially means that there's an additional adjustment on essentially a longevity basis for employees with more than 4 years of seniority. So that's a basic summary of the economic terms of the settlements across the four units. Again, the Teamsters and Axum units have the $15 minimum and the slightly lower across the board increases. The Fraternal Order of Police unit has the extra increases to bring the employee classifications up to state wage averages. And then the salaried UMSA unit is the 3% across the board in each of the 2 years with the cohort increases at 4 years. Across the units, we've added the paid holiday of Juneteenth to recognize that it is now a state and federal holiday. We've negotiated language changes that bring all of the contracts into alignment with Maine's new earned paid leave law. I should note that we were already in compliance, but we wanted to make sure that our language fully tracked the requirements in the new law. We've also negotiated a health benefits extension for surviving dependents, that surviving dependents would have access to our health plans for at least 90 days after an employee was deceased. We've significantly extended that to recognize the benefit and value that has to families of surviving dependents of an employee who's deceased from our workforce. So that's a basic summary, Chair Gardner, of the contract settlements. Again, I want to note the executive session conversations that we've had as well, and invite any questions that trustees have here. And I want to note as well, of course, we have Vice Chancellor Lowe, in case anyone would like to hear how we'll be factoring this into the FY22 budget and building it into the FY23 budget.
Thank you. Any of the trustees have questions or comments?
I do know Chair Gardner, the Chancellor, has his hand up.
Thank you. I didn't see it. Yes. Go ahead, Chancellor.
Two things, if I might. I think we should have Ryan speak to the adjustments and that process so that the public understands that process as it would move forward. I think would be highly appropriate. I also would indicate that as has been the practice of the system, there are unrepresented employee groups who routinely would receive the same increases associated with their fields of work. And it would be our intention to follow through on that longstanding practice. With that, Chair, I really think that Ryan should describe the steps that will be taken in the coming month.
Yes, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so as discussed earlier, these bargaining costs are not a part of the FY22 budget. I think all of you understand that. Certainly the presidents understand that as we prepared the budgets last spring and into final approval in May. So right now, our plan is working with all of the CBOs. We have started to identify the implementation costs for at least the agreements that we have in place right now. We know those are, in the high seven figures, not including the two agreements that are, are two units where we don't have agreements. And so, again, going back to my comments earlier in my presentation, working with the CBOs and the presidents now on making supplemental budget adjustments to the FY22 budgets. And so you will see something from each of the campuses late next month when you meet again. We will recognize what those costs are, and then we will work on showing what those offsets for those agreements will be. Significantly expect that in FY22, a significant kind of tool for us to balance the cost of these agreements will be one-time resources. It's really difficult to generate new revenue to reduce expenses, as you would imagine, now that we've already started the fiscal year. So we'll look to one-time solutions if we need to in 2022. And then as we start building the 2023 budget, we will factor these costs in as well. They are substantial. I don't want anyone to walk away and think that any of our campuses are going to be able to identify the resources for these easily, but we will identify those resources and how we would pay for those as part of that budget process that will come forward next month. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Any questions? All right. Seeing none, what I'll do is I'll read the resolution for each one. We'll take a vote and then move to the next one. So the first one is the tab 21. It reads that the Board of Trustees authorizes the Chancellor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with the Associated COLT staff and the University of Maine MEA, NEA, and AXM upon notice that the agreement has been ratified. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Bartholomew.
Second.
Didn't get the second. I heard it, but I didn't see who. Seconded by Trustee Riley. Ellen, could you take a roll call vote?
Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Trustee Ames.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Next will be tab 22. It's the resolution for the Teamsters and service. So I'll read it. The Board of Trustees authorizes the Chancellor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with the Teamster Union Local Number 340, representing the UMS Service and Maintenance Unit, and upon notice that the agreement has been ratified. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kane,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Rotundo. Ellen, will you take a vote?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Now, tab 23, I'll read the resolution for this contract. That the Board of Trustees authorizes the Chancellor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with the University of Maine Professional Staff Associations, MEA, NEA, and UMSA upon notice that the agreement has been ratified. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Doak, second.
Second.
Second by Trustee Eames. Ellen, can you take a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
Motion is carried.
Okay. Thank you. Last one on this is tab 24. The resolution reads that the Board of Trustees authorizes the Chancellor to execute the collective bargaining agreement with the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge Number 100 upon notice that the agreement has been ratified by the union. I have a motion to move.
Moved.
Second.
Okay, we have moved by Trustee Riley and seconded by Trustee Kane. Ellen, could you take a roll call vote?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
trustee Kane,
Yes.
trustee Doak,
Yes.
trustee Dobson,
Yes.
trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
trustee Ames,
Yes.
trustee Irwin,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Cates,
Yes.
trustee Martin,
Yes.
trustee McMahon,
Yes.
trustee Mishu,
Yes.
trustee Riley,
Yes.
trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. That's the end of our action items for this meeting. We'll now go to the consent agenda, and I'm going to turn it to Vice Chair and Trustee Donnelly.
I like the
Yeah, there's too many
first
vices.
title first. I just got a promotion.
We got vices everywhere here. We're not hearing you, Jim.
Yep, okay. I move the following resolutions as presented under the appropriate tabs. Tab 12, acceptance of the minutes of the July 26, 2021 Board of Trustees meeting, the August 21st, 2021 Executive Committee meeting, the September 13th, 2021 Academic and Student Affairs Committee meeting, the September 13th, 2021 Human Resources and Labor Relations Committee meeting, and the September 16th, 2021 Investment Committee meeting. The proposed text is that the Board of Trustees approves the minutes as presented. Is there a motion?
Trustee Donnelly, you can continue with the rest of the consent agenda and it will be one vote.
Okay. On September 13th, 2021, the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, tab 13, new academic proposal, Master of Legal Studies at Maine School of Law. On September 15th, 2021, Finance and Facilities and Technology Committee, tab 14, Financing Authorization Resolution for an Airplane Acquisition by UMA. Tab 15, Lease Authorization requested from 167 4th Street in Portland, University of Maine. Tab 16, the Bennett D. Cates Library HVAC Enhancement, University of Maine, Augusta. Tab 17, Hanley Hall HVAC Enhancement, UMA. Can we have a second for that motion?
Seconded.
Ellen, would you read the roll, please?
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. We're now at the discussion items. There's 3 of them here. I know it's been a long afternoon, but we're moving along quite well, and if we can all hang in here, we'll get through these without having to take a break. If you do need a break, please step up and step away and come back, as I think most people have been doing. We'll start with tab 18, which is an update on University of Maine System Transforms update. I have listed the Vice Chancellor Thalen and Vice Chancellor and President Farini Mundy. I'm not sure if she's back with us. There's so many folks on the screen, but I'll turn it over to you, and the Chancellor may have, I'm sure he'll have something he would like to say here too. So Jim, I'll start with you and you take it from there.
Vice Chancellor and President Farini Mundy is with us, so she'll be starting the update. But as always, we always welcome comment from the Chancellor if he'd like to say anything.
Well, let's get this report done. That's what I would say. But bottom line is we continue to work within the university for implementation of the Alfond commitments to the system. And very good work being done by Jim Thalen and President Farini Mundy. So turn it back to you, I think, Joan.
Thanks, Chancellor, and we can be fairly brief. As Chancellor said, the work continues. We have 4 teams in fairly large working groups now, jumping right back in with the semester, and some have been going strong all summer as well. In athletics, I think a couple of relevant points. The new turf is down on the football field, looks great. The design work is imminent. We have been in the process of selection, and so we'll start to have some architects looking at the possibilities going forward. For Mises, the Maine College of Engineering, Computing, and Information Science, there's been good work going on around initial possibilities for organization and governance, but of course that will be a discussion with faculty as well. There are groups that have been formed to look at curriculum and the way in which that organization will be. organized to serve the needs of the state of Maine in engineering and computing, Maine and beyond. In student success, we did have a massive activity this summer with the design and setup of the research learning experience pilot at the University of Maine. It included a week-long event on the campus, and then we're now in the middle of these 1-credit courses that are being offered as part of the grant. Special thanks to Provost Vollen and Associate Provost Brian Olson for being at the center of getting that up and running. But a very important piece of this is to assess it and get it ready for scale to go out to the rest of the campuses as early as next year. And then the main center under Dean Softly's leadership, much going on. There is part of the current Alfond work, Alfond supported work, including the fundraising for the match and preparation of all of the sort of interdisciplinary work that will be highlighted in the new work. And I'll put President Cummings on the spot if I see him. I saw him before, to tell us a little bit about the very nice work going on in diversity, equity, and inclusion.
And I'm wondering if he had to drop off for some reason, Joan. I'm not seeing him on the screen.
Sure.
And
what I'll say then is that Glenn and team led an excellent first event with Professor Jackie Lohman from UMPI in DEI last spring. And their plans now have moved toward having the different working teams of the project begin to dive in and really identify their own DEI challenges and issues and questions. And then the team that Glenn and Jackie lead will be taking a look at how to move that conversation along to its next level. So it's really important for the project as a whole to have that lens. And I'll turn to Jim, who will have more to add.
Sure, and I'll pick right up where Vice Chancellor and President Freedy Mundy left off on the DEI topic. And we regret that President Cummings isn't here to speak to it as well. We've had some significant engagement with President Cummings and Professor Lohman from Presque Isle, as Joan just mentioned. And one of the things that we've taken from those conversations is not only the deeper dive work that Joan just mentioned that each of the project initiatives will be doing to identify goals and aspirations for the DEI emphasis of the work, but also stepping back, understanding where we can improve our communication internally with the project teams, with university leaders, with whom we hope to engage in the coming years, literally, as we work to scale these initiatives across the system. And one of the things too, another thing that we learned in this work was that we need to constantly communicate and remind people that as significant as the funding and investment pledge is here, we don't yet have any money in the door. There's no pot of money sitting within the system where we can easily give any of the other universities money to do work at this point. Some of the early initiatives are pilot initiatives that are happening at the University of Maine, where they will be assessed for effectiveness and then quickly turn to how we can scale them to other campuses across the system. And for that work, we're incredibly indebted to the other presidents within the system, not just President Freedy Mundy, but other presidents engaging with our planning work, even at this pilot stage at the University of Maine, so that we can be sure when the money starts coming in and when we start to assess the effectiveness of the pilot programs, we're ready to move these out across the system to all of our universities where they can have the greatest impact as early as possible through this very long grant period, a 12-year grant period that we expect to work on these initiatives and to continue to see their effectiveness over time. So that's what I'll say to that. From a process standpoint, we're coming to the part of a calendar year where we will begin to assess how we did on the benchmarks that we set for our work in calendar 21. And we will also begin to work on finalizing benchmarks that we would set for each of these initiatives for calendar 22. That's a process that we do internally first with all of the project initiative leadership teams. And then we engage our counterparts at the Alfond Foundation to finalize those benchmarks and really guide the work that we expect to be doing in these initiatives in calendar 22. So I'll pause there and invite any further comment from President Farini-Mundy, or certainly respond to any questions that trustees have.
Any questions? I think we've covered it well. Looks like we don't see any hands or anyone speaking up. So it's good work and a lot of progress. It was exciting to see the summary information that was provided to us in this regard. So with that, we'll move to tab 19, which is the University of Maine at Machias Regional Campus Task Force, and an update on that. And I think President Farini-Mundy is going to give that.
Yes, thanks, Chair Gardner, and Vice Chancellor Thalen is going to help me with slides, I think, on this one again. While we're getting those up, I will say that I wish to apologize for stepping away, but it was for a really important event here at UMaine Machias, which was the acknowledgement of a generous gift of Richard and Elsie Larson, who were members of the business faculty here for 28 years each, a total of 56 years of service to this wonderful place. And they are, they've made a donation of their home at this point to the University of Maine at Machias. So we held a reception and honored them, and got a chance to visit with them. As people here know, the University of Maine at Machias is a regional campus of the University of Maine, established in that situation by the Board of Trustees back in 2017. And we have been looking at what that means in my time here, and have seen so much incredible progress toward the ways in which Machias and the University of Maine can work together, and at the same time experiencing some frustration that we were hearing really from colleagues at Machias about needing to have things be more clear, be more definite. What does this actually mean? And so we can go to the next slide, Jim, please. Last spring, I charged a committee that we're calling the Regional Campus Task Force to take a look at several key areas of work that are entailed in this kind of a partnership, and look at what still needs to be done, essentially. What kinds of questions do people still have? What remains on the checklist that needs to be addressed? And how do we move to a more definite state and get folks' questions answered, and be able to focus more clearly on the future? So this group has been working diligently since about March, end of March, and I'd like to just give you a brief update on what they are doing. Next one, please, Jim. As people on this board know, we have been concerned about the stability of the campus in Machias for many years here. We have seen pretty consistent, steady decline in student credit hours as well as enrollment numbers. What you see here are student FTEs dropping over the past 10 years for sure. I will note that this slide does not include early college, where Machias does have very strong numbers. We can go, stay there for a second. But of course, we wanted to focus here on our FTE students who are enrolled. Similarly, with faculty and staff, we have seen a decline in numbers, and that has kind of been in partnership with the decline in student numbers. I will say here, though, and I want to just be very clear, that the staff and faculty at the University of Maine at Machias are quite remarkable. And most of them are engaged in doing many, many kinds of tasks for this institution, particularly as their numbers have dropped. So these kinds of declines are concerning. This is a campus that is vital to Washington County and to this part of the state. And so our partnership is our chance to look at what the future might be. And we can go to the next slide, Jim. We established a task force with 7 different working groups. It's chaired by Dean Emily Haddad from the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at the University of Maine. And these working groups have members from the leadership and faculty and staff of both universities. But you will see substantial UMaine involvement here, because a lot of this is about how do we combine resources from the 2 institutions in a variety of ways to move things ahead. So each group, and you can read their titles, began by taking a look at all of the open questions that need to be answered in their view in order to forge a stronger partnership and really give definition to the regional campus idea. So for example, in group 1 on tuition and financial aid, fairly fundamental questions. What happens? What does tuition look like when students at Machias take a UMaine course or vice versa? How do we manage that? Academic program alignment and moving toward a unified catalog for the 2 institutions as a piece of the work, of course, toward unified accreditation in general. But for now, looking at what it means for UMaine and UMaine Machias. So the analytic work needed for how do programs align, how do requirements align, how will transcripts be reflective of choices to take courses at the other partner and so forth. And you can just imagine every one of these groups has a pretty long list of items on which they are working. You see members of the UMM Board of Visitors are taking leadership roles. We have briefed the Washington County delegation about what we're doing here. So this work has been ongoing through the summer. Next one, please, Jim. Here's just a quick sense of the timeline. Looking through, we were hoping to see a final report early in September. The chair has been keeping me very closely involved and informed. It'll be a bit delayed, but the groups are making terrific progress. And the idea is that by this fall, we sort of know what we need to do. We've got clear pathways toward resolution of any open issues, and we'll finish that in time so that by the summer of 22, we're very clearly in this position of a well-defined regional campus where we preserve the important identity and community value of UMaine Machias, and at the same time take advantage of and deploy some of the assets of the University of Maine, frankly, to help bring students to Machias and to help our campuses work better together. So next slide. You get a sense of one of the kinds of deliverables that this task force has produced. This is a proposed org chart that is under discussion. So it hasn't been approved or there's no resolution for it yet, other than to say, this is something that the people in the task force felt we really needed to sort out. What is the line of engagement between student affairs and student life here at Machias with the University of Maine group and so forth. So some of that would be clarified in an org chart of this type. And that's just one of many examples of the pieces of material coming to us at this point. Next one, please, Jim. So we have also been spending a lot of time on enrollment management, because getting students here and keeping them here in Machias is absolutely vital. Mr. Larson, in his remarks just a few minutes ago here, said universities need students more than students need universities. We need to focus on students. And so as a part of that, we have been working toward a brand standard that would provide clarity about this campus as a regional campus of the University of Maine. And so here you see the new logo on the left that's being used now in enrollment as a means of helping to clarify what the relationship is. There's also a very nuanced relationship that has to do with our standing with the U.S. Department of Education. It's a part of the discussions that Jim Thalen mentioned earlier relative to our engagement there around financial aid and how various kinds of codes are established and so forth. So we needed to have this as well to be clear about that. You see the communication timeline here. The big key is this fall, a very strong push from our enrollment management folks at UMaine in partnership with UMaine Machias staff to bring students here. So we can go to the next slide, please, which is questions. There'll be more to report as this work unfolds. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Any questions?
Chair Gardner, just a quick question for Joan here, and the question is, so admissions is certainly slowing, but are applicants slowing as well? Is this a story of we're just simply not getting as many applicants as we have, or are we just not gaining as much of our fair share in the Machias market than we may have in the past?
Yeah, Trustee Bartholomew, I don't have numbers right in front of me, but I'm certain that it's that applications are falling. And we're just not seeing the numbers, and that's in part because we've got to have a clear message and identity to use to bring students here. One program that we've put together that's quite intriguing is a coastal year program with UMaine and UMaine Machias. Very excited about it. The last I heard, there were 12 students in it. And the idea is it's a 1+3. So admitted students to the University of Maine, given the option to spend their first year at Machias, and we've tried to concentrate on some of our stronger students and encourage them to come to Machias if they would like a start in a smaller place with a very strong community feel. And then they can come back to UMaine if their program makes sense. So, so we're working to bring those application numbers up.
Just on that, just on that particular point, I think it's for first year students at UMM, the number actually went up, or at least through today's date, the number's up over last year. What we have seen generally is a larger melt among students who became dissatisfied with their COVID experience, particularly of last year. So I just don't want people to think that there's not a lot of good work going on at UMM, and additional first-year students numbers grew by, I think, 23. So that's not an insignificant number at that small of an institution.
Good. All right, any others?
The Trustee McMahon.
Yep, go ahead.
President McMahon, can you talk a little bit about how you working on articulation agreements with the community colleges, and are you trying to channel people from Washington County Community College to Machias, or more people from the Eastern Maine community in Bangor to Machias? How are you handling that interface?
Thanks, Trustee McMahon. And we absolutely are making those kinds of connections and conversations and looking for ways to do that interaction really well. Washington County Community College particularly is a strong partner for UMaine Machias. And I think good relationships between the institutions, simply trying to find ways to make those pathways more clear and more accessible.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Joan. That's very helpful and good information, and a challenge that we knew right from day one. It's a challenge, but it's coming along. See where we go with it. The last discussion item I have on the agenda here is tab 20, update on unified accreditation. And I believe probably the chancellor I'm sure you have something to say, and also Associate Vice Chancellor Jeffrey St. John, I think, will be covering most of the material, but I'll turn it over to St. John and Chancellor if he has anything.
I'll just say this, that Jeff St. John continues to do outstanding work in our relationship with NECHI. We enjoyed a mini visit of our lead visitor, the president of Plymouth State recently. And I think the work that's going into what we have to get done is really quite extraordinary, with a document having been drafted and prepared to be shared. Jeff, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Chancellor, and thank you, Chair Gardner. We have a message going out to the UMS community, faculty, staff, and administrators this Thursday, September 30, inviting them to read and comment on the first full draft of the self-study. This will be the first of 3 times in the coming academic year when we share the self-study in draft with the community. For this first time, we are going with faculty, administrators, and staff. We will be engaging students, both graduate students and undergraduate students, in a later round of feedback on the self-study. And for this first round, we're also sharing the narrative portion of the self-study, the data forms and some other materials that are compiled, financial audit materials, other appendicized materials will be developed later in the year. So progressively, with each successive introduction of the self-study to the community, they'll see a fuller and fuller version of what will eventually be the final self-study in all of its parts and in its complete form. The message we're sharing on Thursday will contain 3 links, one to the draft self-study itself, one to a feedback instrument put together by Sam Toner in the Office of Institutional Organizational Effectiveness, and also a link to the UMS Unified Accreditation website, which has other resources that community members might be interested in checking out with respect to unified accreditation. The message will emphasize strongly that what people are seeing is a draft. It's a work in progress. Readers will encounter placeholders throughout the draft where we will update or add content as we get further down the road and as new data becomes available throughout the year. They'll also see editorial notations in this document, words like check, clarify, add, move, rephrase. Both of those features are very much by design. They're intentional. We want the community to understand that we're building the self-study over the course of the year. You heard Vice Chancellor Thalen speak earlier today about the need to be very thoughtful in our alignment of the self-study work with strategic planning process over the coming year. We want the community to see that the self-study is a document that grows and evolves over the course of the year in multiple iterations with revisions and additions throughout the year until we get to the end of the road and finalize it. We're also committed to developing the self-study in a way that's transparent and built on community engagement, which is how the Chancellor has asked us to operate and has modeled us operating from the beginning of the unified accreditation work. This draft going out on Thursday of this week will be publicly available until Monday, October 18, to give 2+ weeks time for anyone interested in reading it in part or in whole a chance to comment. We'll take all of the feedback that comes in back to our editorial team. We'll review every single piece of feedback that is shared. We have multiple strategic initiatives to write about. We have some areas of emphasis from previous NECHI correspondence that we need to thread into the document. And then again, covering the standards, which is quite a bit of content as well, in addition to adding things like charts and graphs and tables throughout the year. But we will incorporate as much feedback from the community as is feasible and as makes sense for the direction of the self-study. That's my update as of today. I'll just close by saying that while I stand in solidarity with Trustee Kane in not liking to do math in front of other people, I will say that at least 130 members of the University of Maine system community will have worked on this self-study by the time it's completed next June, probably more than that. So it truly is a collective effort, an awful lot of faculty engagement already, engagement with administrators and staff, both at the campus and system level. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks. Any questions? Jeff, I had one, and you kind of touched on it in your previous comment just a minute ago. If I remember right, when you laid out the work, I don't know if it was the third part or the fourth part of the self-evaluation study, but there's a strategic component in it. And we talked a while back about how that strategic component was important, that and it's been the conversation of today's meeting, that the strategic work, unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever, is just moving along now. And yet, I think you're going to be starting to define some strategic elements in this self-study report long before we've got, maybe a lot of vision or crystallization of the vision of where we're going or what it could be. How do you see handling that? Because does it have the opportunity to be modified over the course of the next year or so as we learn more or crystallize more around what the strategic vision would look like? Or is it once it's put into words on paper at this early stage, how hard is it to change later on down the road?
So 2 responses to that, Chair Gardner. It's a great question. The first is that we'll reach a point next late spring, probably April or early May, where we hit a cutoff date, where we'll stop adding new information and new data and start working internally to make sure that all the different pieces of the self-study are consistent and reconcile with each other in the document and in the data. So you do hit a point before you finalize it where you can no longer be keeping up with whatever you're working on outside of the self-study, but you've got to tie it off and finalize it. The other piece, however, is something that you heard from Jim Thalen earlier today, and it was accurate from beginning to end. The commission will look to see that a thoughtful institution is engaged in strategic planning. The commission doesn't dictate the exact content of a strategic plan or the exact strategic direction of an institution, in this case, the University of Maine system, but it does have an expectation that when it completes a comprehensive evaluation and issues its final letter, which will be probably late spring of 2023, that we then spend, as Jim noted, the next 5-year period responding to the areas of emphasis identified in that letter. If those areas of emphasis don't line up perfectly with an already completed strategic plan, we would find ourselves in a bit of a pickle. Nothing about the letter prevents us from doing the work that has been outlined today, but what we would want to avoid, at least from an accreditation perspective, is finalizing a strategic plan in advance of the completion of the comprehensive evaluation process with NECHI, and then having the commission ask us to emphasize things that are not part of what we said we focus on in our strategic plan or that run contradictory to it. So the goal is to make the self-study as harmonized with the strategic planning process work over the coming year as possible. And then my understanding would be then to finalize the work after we know what the commission has set as its expectations for things to respond to. So they're not dictating terms, but when they offer those areas of emphasis, those aren't suggestions. We have a responsibility to respond to them. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. But it also kind of raises a concern that Trustee Erlin raised earlier on in the day, that there's a fine line here between us making sure that we're moving the strategy along appropriately and through the process that we already talked about, but not getting caught up or in the trap where NECHI's and our all this defining the work and defining the self-study draws a circle around what we can do when really we're looking 5 years out and make sure that we're somehow aligned. It's going to be complicated. I guess that's my takeaway.
I think it will be challenging, but I think we'll do it and do it well.
Yeah.
Chair Gardner, I could offer some observation on that as well. And I'm in complete agreement with how Jeff described the situation that we're in. I think in many ways, this work has to happen in parallel to each effort. Strategic planning, operating at a higher plane, the self-study work, describing how we're mechanically meeting, I don't mean not in a qualitative way, but mechanically meeting the standards of accreditation. We have given this a lot of thought, and I've been thinking about Trustee Irwin's comments from earlier in the meeting as well. In some ways, the first major report that we're proposing to make back to the board next spring is a key point in both efforts. Because at that point, we hope to have heard a fair amount of input from a number of stakeholders at the strategic planning level, enough so that we can come to the board with preliminary tenets or pillars. Remember, I used those phrases earlier. If we can define in rough terms the basic tenets and vision of where we want to go with our strategic planning in enough time, as Jeff just described, in enough time to make sure that the self-study aligns with that, we'll go into next fall's evaluation visit with NECHI already set up to define where we want to go with unified accreditation within those pillars. So that's the part of the effort where we make sure that the self-study and the accreditation work, it doesn't become the tail wagging the dog.
Yeah.
But then we go through the evaluation visit, we hear what we need to hear from the evaluation team, we have our debrief. That will give us we hope, a confirmation that the tenets of the strategic plan are right.
Yep.
Then we can really start to build out and put flesh on those bones, if you will, so that we know when we get that report, we will have the best opportunity for alignment that can exist before we see the report in writing. So I don't think we're at grave risk of letting the accreditor drive our strategic planning, but they're absolutely intertwined. And in some ways, there's a dance to be had, if you will, where at the high level, the strategic planning is guiding our efforts.
Yeah.
And at the qualitative and assessment and planning level, we're following through on demonstrating how we meet the standards of accreditation by carrying out those strategic efforts.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. It kind of reminds me of a little bit of work I've done over the years where I had third party certification on things that we were doing, strategies, and you do reach that point where you hit a point where you have to say, this is what we're going to do. And then from that point on, you're measured against, are you doing that? So that's kind of what you're describing. That next spring is going to be pretty important to be fairly well along and clear what strategies will look like. Okay. Anybody else? All right. That, as far as, and Alan, you'll correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think that brings us to the end of our agenda for the day.
So Chair, can I just say one thing? Laurel Heil, who's been working with us this past year, won't be with us in the future. And I just want to single her out and say how great a job she's done and how much we have collectively enjoyed working with her and having her good advice. She was one of the people who turned on a dime when we understood that the calendar was running against us with respect to a mandate of a vaccine that would be approved, and helped craft that language along with others in the legal department, including Jim as well. But I just want to say thank you, Laurel, for the working relationship we've had. Very much enjoyed it and expect great things of you in the future.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. It's been a pleasure working with you, the board, the entire team. I really, I'm sorry it's only been for such a short time. It has been an absolute pleasure working with all of you. Thank you so much.
Laura, I just want to say thank you too. Personally, I enjoyed the conversations we had and you were very helpful. And I wish you the very best in what you're going to do.
Thank you.
All right, with that, Ellen, do we need to take any vote to end the meeting?
No, we don't.
Anybody want to keep going? All right, I think the meeting is complete and look forward to seeing everybody, hopefully in person at the November 14th and 15th. Stay tuned because things change a lot and who knows, but hopefully that's our plan right now, and appreciate everybody's time and attention and all the work that goes on, and have a great afternoon and the rest of the week. Thank you.